Hold on to your butts, storm chasers. Here's the man of the hour, the painter extraordinaire, Thunderhead.
Ooh. I'm fully expecting to have the same stupid audio issues when we get to the storm report tonight. I changed some things. I tried to fix it. I don't know if it's actually fixed. OBS has just been being a pain in my ass lately, and I have not had as much time to work on my overlays in OBS as I would like. I did get a barn painted yesterday, though. That's something, right? I got a barn painted and like broke an airless pump sprayer, which was a good time. How is everybody doing today? We got Sentient Pickle, Lord Hethrier, White Wolf, Datron Voltari. It's Pez Motion. What's up, Pez Motion? I haven't seen you for a bit. It's been a couple streams. I saw you a couple streams ago, right? Yeah, that sounds right. You're a barn. You're a barn. You're a towel. Hang on a second. I need to clean my glasses. Hey, what's up, Scud? Painting the macro and the micro all in one day. Yeah, it's not as much fun. Like, it's easier. I don't know, it's not really easier. It's more manual labor intensive, but a lot less brain intensive to paint a building. It's nowhere near as much fun, though. It's like using the world's largest air gun, except it's not even close to the world's largest. They're way bigger. But it's a real big airbrush. It's one of those with a pump where if you put your hand in front of the sprayer, you could, in theory, push house paint through your skin and into your blood, which, that would be a hell of a time. Don't you think? Yeah, the STL command has not changed because what we're printing hasn't really changed. I was printing before the main pieces of the barn. What's up there right now is one of the mid-arches of the barn. I've got to get at least 3 of them done. It's probably going to be what my printer's doing for a little while. But as soon as those sets are done, I'm going to be moving them over to the guys for the Las Vegas Open, and then we can start on some more interesting things. I'm planning to start prototyping a Battletech dropship soon. So that should be interesting. And I'll see if I can't get that up on the stream. Sumer, 5-month streak. Thank you so much for that subscription, Sumer. I need to dig in and, Sumer has been sharing with me the details from Operation Lancaster as it gets finalized, and I have not had a chance since the last time you updated it for me to dig in and check out some of the new stories you've got, but it is on my list, Sumer, my list that never ever seems to change or shrink. Oh god, I need a vacation. I need a vacation from my vacation in order to use just about one of the dumbest lines that anyone's ever come up with. Desktop PSU died and is being... Oh, shit, I'm sorry to hear that, Pez Motion. Yesterday was weird as fuck. What's going on, Roland? Nice brain! I don't know that that's true. I don't know that I have a nice brain at all. I don't... In fact, I question. I question that strongly. Silver Hydra, good to see ya. What's going on, The Huff? Wait, why what? Yeah, I'm working on a dropship right now. No, I'm not going after anything Hardware is doing, Silver Hydra. The one that I'm doing is different. It's different. It is in mech scale. I'm not just doing another Aurora. I'm not doing another, fuck, I just said it. I mean, if you pay attention to the Discord by now, you should know that I had Project Dark Fox do a new version of the Aurora dropship. So, fuck it, that's what I'm working on. I'm working on an Aurora. Alright? I mean, no, I'm not working on an Aurora. It has certain similarities. It's a very, very different thing, though. It's something called the Borealis. Totally different. Totally different. Shit. This is the problem with live streaming. Sometimes you just say things. No, but I'm not working on another Leopard or Spheroid or anything like that. I looked at what was available and just kind of decided, nah, I don't want to just do something someone else has done. You know? Which in a way I am, because the guys who did MechWarrior Dark Age did it kind of first. But mostly, and in fact primarily, as is also true with basically everything else that I produce, I just kind of wanted one, and you guys are going to, you know, reap the fruits of the wanting. In that I will also make it available for sale after I've got my own printed. That's really, this is the story of Trinity City. This is the heart of Trinity City. is that I looked around at what was available, it didn't quite match what I wanted, and I was like, fuck it, I got time. I'm gonna make a thing that I want. And now we have files. There will be actually some pictures available of it here pretty soon, Puck Duncher. I'm planning on being able to start having the test prints for it running. I'm shooting for about a week. I think in about a week it should be good to go, depending on how much time I get to work on it. It should be plenty. The weather has been nicer lately, so I've just been outside working more and more, which limits the amount of design time that I have. But oh, shucks, you know. Yeah, I do need to come visit you, Hethrier. I really do. Lordy Lord. I mean, I probably could have, but you know, what are you gonna do? Localized right here on Thunderhead's Ender 3. Oh, that'll be where it is, all right. We built Trinity City on rock and roll. What's up, Gear Falcon? How you doing? Yeah, no, that's the truth. Pretty soon, I'm hoping that we actually get a fall this year. Because last year we didn't. Last year it was like, oh, it's summer, and now it's late summer, and it's fall, and then a week goes by, and it's like, no, we're snowing now, it's wintertime, fuck you. I'm really hoping that we get a slightly longer fall, but I mean, the pessimist in me says first snowfall, September 21st. That's what I'm aiming for right now, so this month for me is gonna be just like, just jamming to get as much done outside as I can before it becomes impossible. Basically. I would be perfectly fine with it, Hethrier, if there wasn't as much maintenance and outdoor work to do here as there is. Larabic, looking at an Ender 3 as a starter printer, good, bad. Ender 3 is where I started. A basic Ender 3 for $180 is what I started with. That's what I picked up almost 2 years ago now. And it has been a non-stop fucking thrill ride for me since then. I am now up to 2 Ender 3s and an Elegoo Mars. And I'm not exaggerating when I tell you that I keep my Ender 3s running nearly 24 hours a day. They get like 5-6 hour breaks when I'm not around, and then it's just right back to it. I strongly recommend the Ender 3. It's kind of like, it's not the best 3D printer on the market, but it's probably like that, you know, that's unrealistic at the price point that they sell at. It is kind of the perfect balance between expense and functionality, and then modability maybe on the other point of that particular triangle. You will learn a lot about 3D printing, building, maintaining and operating an Ender 3, and what you learn doing that will carry forward into every FDM printer that you get from that point on. I can tell you will not regret the purchase. You can buy printers that are easier to operate than the Ender 3. You absolutely can. You won't find one at less than like double the price of the Ender. And the fact is, the Ender 3 can print so many different things. It's a fantastic machine. I don't think you'll go wrong with that, Larabic. And if you're curious, you can ask more in the Thunderhead Studio Discord. We have a large number of 3D printers in the Discord, a lot of people who operate Ender 3s and a number of other printers, and people who make files for them, too. Oh yeah, the bomb blizzard. That was a good time. That shit was crazy. Yeah, I could go for a mild winter this year, you guys, I'm not gonna lie. I got my Typhoon paint mixer. Hang on. Oh, God. It's not up on my desk. It's on the floor next to me because, one, it's heavy. It's a big, heavy son of a bitch. And two, what it does, that thing really goes. But because all my stuff is mounted to my wall, like, I'm just not comfortable with this much vibration and oscillation on my paint desk. So this sits on the floor, and I've been using it to mix paints. Hethrier, that was the first thing I did. If you think that I got this in the mail and the first thing I did wasn't trying to fuck it, you don't know me very well. But this was purchased by donations from this stream, so thank you guys. Thank you guys for making my paint setup just that much slicker and that much cooler. I really, really appreciate it. Kickstarter Wave 1 at the distributors. That's awesome. People are actually going to be getting some mechs in the mail here pretty soon. That's exciting. after living in the desert, getting stationed in a desert, and deployed to a desert, I hate the frosting. I feel you on that one, Gear Falcon. Got a different cup. Yeah, I'm not sure, like, they're kind of on a one-by-one basis, and he got a little delayed with this one. Look forward to making terrain to learn. Yeah, Larabik, one of the nice things about the Ender 3 is you can make so much more than just wargaming stuff and terrain. You can make... Like, I struggle to think of a place to start, because it's basically, if it's small and plastic, you can make it. I don't buy things like wall-mounting hooks or brackets anymore. I just make them. Yeah, PLA Dongers. Sentient Pickle pretty much has it nailed down. You can make any damn thing you want. What's up, Carbonic Acid? Good to see you. I got a Vallejo cup with a 3-inch soft top. I don't remember what I don't remember what I designated. It's the one where you stick the paint cap in it and it just wobbles it all around. So far, it seems like it works pretty well. We're gonna try it on some of these Pro Acryl bottles here today. Oh, one of the anti-tip GW paint holders 3D printed. Yeah, I bought a few 3D printed things myself before I got a printer, and I was sold immediately. I was like, hey, this is kind of cool. And then they offered the Ender 3 for $180. And I was like, I mean, that's really not that much money. I feel like for $180, I can afford to be wrong. Because with the kind of shit that I'm going to print on it, I got it right before... I don't know if you guys know RM Terrain Studio. They did some stuff a year or so ago that was Lord of the Rings specific. I mean, it wasn't specific. It was vaguely inspired by the city of Osgiliath in Lord of the Rings. And at the time I was playing, in fact I still do play the Lord of the Rings, Middle-earth strategy battle game. And I was like, oh shit, Osgiliath, I could totally build an Osgiliath city. And they had a Kickstarter tier where you could get a set of the terrain, and then they had a Kickstarter tier where you get the STLs. And to get the STLs on the Kickstarter and then to buy a printer was maybe twice as expensive as just getting one set of terrain. And I figured I can make like a few sets of terrain. If all I do is make 2 of each thing in this Kickstarter, it's kind of paid for itself as long as I assume I was going to buy these parts anyway. And considering the amount of money that I've invested into my Enders, I have made back so much more. And I've said this before, I really do wish that at the start of my 3D printing journey, I had started keeping actual documentation on how much money I spent on things prior, how much money I put into the printer, and how much money I've made selling things off of the printer. Because it has the ratio there has got to be ridiculous at this point. Since I've started 3D printing, I buy almost nothing, and I guess that makes me kind of like a shitty consumer for wargaming markets, I guess. But I print fucking everything. You can print. I would go up to vehicles for 28mm wargaming on the Ender 3. I still haven't painted it, but I've got. Hang on a second. The Armpit of Fury. This is one of the first things that the first vehicles that I ever printed on the Ender 3, and I've never gotten around to painting it, though it's on my list of projects. This was from. Was it a Kickstarter, or was it already on sale on one of the STL sales sites? I think it might have already been on sale. It had been Kickstarted before. It's called the Maverick Tank. And this print is, like, really low quality compared to what I'm getting now because I didn't know what I was doing. Like, you can see it's got some texturing issues here on the side. Real minor. I've done some filling here. I printed this when I was having under extrusion issues, when my Ender 3 was not dialed in. And I didn't know about ironing. If I had no under extrusion issues and I knew about ironing, it would have been perfect. Absolutely perfect at the time. This is also before I was using filler primer. This was a while ago. But this thing was built just ingeniously, because you print all the pieces. Like this door, you print you print laying flat. You print all the flat pieces laying flat so that you can get them nice and smooth. And then you just glue them together. And you can build this tank in any number of variations. It comes with like 5 different turrets. It comes with like 6 different hull weapons, which you can sort of aim around because there's a little ball joint in here. It comes with a few different back plates, so you can do these little engine stacks, or you can do like a drop-down door. It comes with 2 different versions of the side doors. You can make it into an APC. You can make it into a tractor. You can make it into an artillery piece. You can make it into an IFV. You can make it into an anti-aircraft piece, or one of any number of tanks. This is so fucking cool. This just to me represents how many different things you can do with an Ender 3. I swear to God, the quality of this is greater than any of the tank kits I ever bought from Citadel, from Games Workshop. Like, I'm never, ever going back. Oh, mess with the layers, you can make it ribbed for her pleasure. Okay, safety tip, don't put anything you print on your Ender 3 inside of your body. I know it's tempting, but don't do it. The last thing you want to do is, like, delaminate a layer in your anus. You have any idea how uncomfortable that would be? Like, the guys at the ER have seen worse. They might not have seen funnier. And they will laugh. Believe me, they will. Not that I know. I don't believe. I don't. Okay, I take that back. Don't believe me because I have no way of knowing that. Already have Hobbit Home STL files before the printer. Yeah, there are all kinds of stuff now. And I think that there are a couple of Patreons that are doing more Lord of the Rings specific stuff, too. Arabic. What was the one? There's one called, I think, The Printing Goes On and On. They're doing a bunch of non-Peter Jackson, Hobbit, and Lord of the Rings specific figures right now. Now, if you're going to do 28mm figures like humanoid or organic shapes, you're eventually going to want to move up to a resin printer. But, I mean, give that a few months, and there are going to be some on sale for a crazy low price. Mars just released the Saturn. It's like a whole new level of badass. But I think the Elegoo Mars is going to go on sale here pretty soon for, like, next to nothing. And the Elegoo Mars is what I run. Like, that's going to be a good bet. But that's, you know, if you run your Ender for a while and you like it, and you're like, I want to up my 3D printing game, and I bet that you will. I bet that you will. Datron Voltari's worked in the ER before. Yes, they will laugh, and yes, they collect photos. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you worked in the ER, you know they see it plenty, too. It's one of the classics. Oh, yeah, I slipped and I fell on it. Whoopsies. And look, the turret even comes off. Whoop! And it's all hollow inside. It builds almost exactly like the kits that you're going to get from Games Workshop. It's just that you print all the individual pieces and put it together. And you barely have to do any finishing work. And people are getting better at this. People are getting better at this all the time. One of the big complaints on 3D printing is, yeah, no, that's true, Scud. And that's something that I point out to people when they... far from putting things inside of yourself, that's why I say that PLA isn't really food safe. Like, the material itself of PLA is food safe. It's all the little itty-bitty imperfections that are not. And it doesn't matter if the plastic itself is food safe if it's not perfectly smooth. It's going to get shit in it, and that shit is going to grow other shit, and you're not going to be having a good day. So don't do that. Roommate worked at ER, came home with X-ray showing C batteries way up. Just way up there. Ugh, that's a bad time. Whoopsies, I slipped and fell on my 3D printed butt plug that I spent 6 hours printing. I mean, it is a butt plug, but it wasn't supposed to go in my butt, Doctor, I swear. The more I look at this, the more I kind of want to actually... I might pick this project back up again. You know what I need to do? I need to print another one of these. Because this doesn't even take that much PLA. When you consider the fact that it's totally hollow, and that most of these pieces are like, maybe 3mm thick, there's not that much plastic here. You could, off one roll of filament, you could print 5 to 10 of these tanks. So think about that, $20 worth of filament, and you could probably print, I'm going to be conservative, I'm going to say you could print 8 tanks for $20. I don't know that the Maverick, I don't know that this one had a hover tank option, but I've seen others following a similar design. Well, and here's the thing, if you want a hover tank option, Hethru, you know what you can do? You can just make a replacement track portion that has the details that you want, and just print that out. When this came out, I don't know that there were... I think that the Impulsor, or whatever that shitty Primaris hover tank, I think that was the only one. They hadn't released the other ones yet. Puck Duncher, I know you want me to say it, but the problem is I know that it's on the card, so now I'm not going to say it. You've done that to yourself. You have no one to blame. But you. Ultimately, I was thinking of terrain for Warcaster and a set of abandoned hover tanks would be neato. So there are hover tanks you could print. They certainly exist. A lot of people... See, I think there's some thinking that needs to change on 3D printing. And that's why I like this one as much as I do. Hootie Hoot, this is called the Maverick. I believe you can find it on... Where did I get it? I know the files are for sale. And I know it's called the Maverick. And... It's not on Cults. Maybe it's on My Mini Factory? I think you could find it on My Mini Factory. And like I was just saying, like, this is one of many variations of this essential chassis that you can put together using these files. But like I'm saying, I think there's a lot of thinking that needs to change. Because I see people releasing tanks today, and it's like, well, it's this, you know, pseudo GW tank, and it comes with these different options, and you print it, and it's still printing, like, the tank goes on the plate, and it prints, and it goes up until you get to the top. But this is a completely different paradigm here. Flat printing pieces and then assembling them. Like, this is just fucking genius. And we need more people thinking like this, because this is the future of 3D printing. Not using a bunch of infill. Not having all your layer lines going up the tank, but I mean maximizing the potential of the printer and doing minimum finishing work on it. I love this thing, and it's kind of appalling to me that I haven't actually painted one of these yet. I feel like a dirty stinking liar. You know, the reason I got these, and the reason I did this variant was for my Warhammer 40k Imperial Guard proxy, the Blood Pact, based on the Blood Pact from the Dan Abnett. No, I didn't say it, Dark Fox. Based on the Blood Pact from Dan Abnett's Gaunt's Ghosts book, because they have their own tanks that are manufactured on a Forge world that was captured by their Chaos campaign. So I was like, well, I want something that is the functional equivalent of Imperial Guard tanks, but just looks different, so that I can sort of chaos it up and say, like, oh, yeah, it's from this other Forge world. And this fits the bill perfectly. Like, it's close enough, it's the same size, it has all the armaments I could want. We got an autocannon here, and a las cannon on the hull, and I think you can add machine guns and shit. And anyway. I love it. I love it. I bought a bunch of synthetic brushes to continue doing my oil painting with, but tonight we're going to be using some acrylics. No, that's not what I said, Samara. I said, it's the future of 3D printing. This is a different concept. I said that flat printing is the future of 3D printing. If you check that off your bingo card, you fucking take it off, sir. Oh, how is everybody doing tonight? Keeping busy? Slightly off topic, but do you happen to know what was that comedy film that featured a futuristic hover tank back in the 90s? You are thinking of Sergeant Bilko with Steve Martin. Can't make me. It's well, I mean, at least there's no prize for it. I'm going to be leaning off camera periodically, and that will be using my new Typhoon paint mixer. I just started to do this, and I'm like, what the hell's wrong with me? Hang on, let me check. Did I actually open Soylent Green yet? I think I did, but I can't remember. Nope, I didn't. It has a seal on it still. Checking my own ender, making a gift for my wife. That's the other cool thing about 3D printing. Never make gifts again, or at least don't make gifts again until 3D printing becomes more ubiquitous. Because as of right now, the average person, if you hand them something 3D printed, even if it's a total piece of shit, or just some random thing you found on Thingiverse, they'll be like, "You 3D printed this? You 3D printed? You did this in your home and with the printer and the robot made it?" And they'll lose their fucking minds. It's great. And it could be something like you forgot you were supposed to get them a gift until like 3 hours earlier, and you're like, I don't know, let me print off a Flexi Octopus real quick. And they will lose their minds. It becomes less exciting the longer you have a printer, but for them, oh yeah. Whoa, this thing really goes. Whoa. Ooh, that's intense. I'll get bored with that eventually too, but for the moment I'm still, I'm very, very amused by it. Just starting off with a little bit of this Pro Acryl Soylent Green, which seems like the perfect tone to start with Doc Ock, with his goofy green undersuit. Now he's mostly going to be green and gold, and then his arms are going to be gray. This should be interesting. Let me pick a... I'm going to go with a dark, warm gray to start off his arms. I'm trying to use my Pro Acryl. Not exclusively, but a lot of it for a little while here, just because it's new, and I'd like to get a feel for how it works. But the other color I'm going to be starting with is probably going to be this lantern yellow. Well, for the gold parts, I'm probably going to want to start a little bit darker than that. Yeah, probably with a brown, like this rich leather, and then work up to lantern yellow. Oh, it's weird. It's like those machines at the arcade, you know, the ones that are like, electrocute yourself, but all it really does is vibrate at a super high frequency. That's intense. I'm glad that you guys, I mean, thank you. I'm glad that you guys gave me money. Yeah, that's a real humble position to take. No, honestly, you guys, just thank you for the donations to get that. It's going to save my wrists quite a bit, I think, in the long run. I'm guilty of the last-minute printed gifts. It only feels cheap to us because we know how easy it is to print. To them, they're amazed by it. So, you know, it counts. It's still a good gift. Let's start putting down some green. Where are my brushes at? Here we go. What am I using? I need to clean these brushes. Some of them are not happy right now. Pull out my number 1. 0 for now. Have you tried Scale 75 paints? I have not. I have not tried Scale 75. It's only recently that I got these Pro Acryl. Up until then, my primary uses, and still my primary paints, are Vallejo and Reaper. I like Reaper quite a lot. I think Reaper is a good midpoint when it comes to quality. I would say Reaper is kind of high. It's a fairly high quality paint compared to even Vallejo. Vallejo's good. But Reaper, they put a little bit of extra effort in when you get their Master Series. They have, like, some flow enhancers in there and a really, really good dense pigmentation. I'm enjoying the Pro Acryl, but no, I have not tried Scale 75. I've heard lots of good things about them. They're great, but they smell like butts. What butts have you been smelling? We only have Tupac's Spaghetti. Oh, God. I would do an 8 Mile reference here, but I have to be honest, I don't know the lyrics to that song. Yeah, I don't. I know the part that was in the Come and Get You trailer when 8 Mile came out. God, how old does that make me? Too old. Well, I'm pulling the tips off, going in, and pulling out the seal, rather than just poking through them. White Wolf. This brush needs cleaning. It is in a bad way. I'm going to set you aside and get to you after the stream. I need to get a few more brushes right now. I have driven these just about to the end of their ropes. I was thinking about getting some of those ones from, who is it Steiner's always pushing? Larabic is out. Later, Larabic, thank you for stopping by. I hope that what you learned was helpful, and hope to see you again. Oh, Scale 75. I gotcha. Game Envy stuff, yeah. He's got a set of brushes from Game Envy that are priced really, really well, and he swears by them, and I confess, I'm skeptical. I'm very, very skeptical based on the pricing. They're too good to be true-ish, but he gets good results. It's hard to argue with the actual finished products. And I feel like if they were shitty brushes, he probably wouldn't keep pushing them. I'm not a huge fan of a lot of the stuff that Game Envy makes. They make a lot of kind of goofy accessories and whatnot, but if the brushes are good, then the price is definitely right. So let's not overcomplicate this. Let's just start slapping some green down on Doc Ock. Actually, let me pull up a quick reference just so I don't do anything silly. I'm not so great a Doc Ock fan that I can choose his comic book colors based entirely on memory. And I'm not ashamed to admit that. I mean, it's pretty much yellow and green, but, you know, still. I'm looking forward to a little bit more relaxed painting today. I am going back to my previous declaration of, let's just go for tabletop quality, so this should be nice and... nice low-pressure painting. I've been watching a lot more Bob Ross lately. Like, I usually do go in and watch... I need my glove. I need my glove! I think all painters can learn a lot from Bob, and not just technique-wise, but largely, philosophically. Philosophically? That's not necessarily the right phrase, but, you know, your mental order while you're painting, how very relaxed he is towards everything. There's a tendency, particularly in miniature painting, where what we're doing is so exact, and there's already such a culture around it, and people are always trying to improve. We like to beat ourselves up if everything isn't perfect, and that's not the pathway to good painting. It just isn't, you know? Let's start back here and see what this green can do. I'll tell you, this Pro Acryl stuff really does go on just nice and smooth. I do not regret my purchase of this starter set. And I'm just going to let my Zenithal kind of dictate some of my darker shadows. Tenseness leads to glorbs. You're right. This is something that James Wapple talks about a lot too, and I strongly encourage it. Just fucking relax. Just relax, just have fun. Don't worry about making mistakes, because you know what? Any mistake can be fixed. All it's going to cost you is a little bit of time, and if you're not having fun painting, then what the hell are you doing? If you're not having fun, take a break long enough to start having fun again. Your painting will be better when you're enjoying it anyway. And if you're stressing about it, you're probably not having fun. It's one of the reasons that I don't do painting as a job. I can't, I don't even do commissions that much anymore. Once somebody else's expectations are involved, I feel the need to push myself to a certain level, and I stress myself out. And it's not healthy. It's not helpful. I say that as I am painting these minis for someone else, but entirely as a gift. And it looks like he has sort of a mantle on that is in yellow, and that comes down the points of his shoulders, so I actually want to remove that little bit of green I just put on there. Yeah, that's going to be yellow. And then his gloves are yellow, obviously. Obviously. Say what you will about Doc Ock, he has some bold color choices. This is a man that doesn't give a shit about fashion. He doesn't care what's in this fall. What's up, Wolfenspawn? Good to see you. I had a stressful day. Nothing major or interesting, just... I don't know, since I woke up this morning, I've been kind of beating myself up over a number of things, and that makes everything else more stressful. It's just like I woke up this morning and my brain was determined to be stressed about things, even things that don't make any sense, but... to be fair, I feel like that's happened a lot lately. Shit's stressful all over. The state of the world has a way of sort of putting me in that mindset. I could go for some good news on the worldwide front, let me tell you. Damn, this Pro Acryl really does lay down nice. It even takes the basic shading from the Zenithal better than some paints I've used. You can see it's done some pretty good shadows there on his thighs and butt without me having to do almost anything. Just saved a ton of money by switching to Geico. Well, I'm happy for you. This stream right now is a big part of my mental health regimen. Oh man, I'm gonna get tired of this eventually, but not yet. Oh man, it feels weird. Putting out some of my dark warm gray from Pro Acryl here to get started on his arms. And I am gonna thin it down with a little bit of Lamian medium. It's one of the only products I buy from Games Workshop regularly is their Lamian medium. It's a pretty fantastic medium. New League for Path of Exile starts soon. Should totally play it. I could get into that. You know what's funny? I mentioned it on the Discord right before. That's what's weird for me is I checked my email after last time's stream when we talked briefly about Path of Exile, but it was about 10 minutes before that conversation came up. Somebody in China tried to log into my Path of Exile account, apparently with my password, which I then looked and realized I hadn't. There was a big breach a while back, and a bunch of my passwords got leaked, and I just went down the list and changed it, all to auto-generated passwords that I keep in a, in a master file. But Path of Exile just didn't make the list, so it was still my old password. And yeah, somebody from China tried to log into it, and it was like, you probably don't live in China. You've literally never been there, so we're not going to let this guy log in. I just thought it was funny that it would happen 10 minutes before I talked about Path of Exile for the first time in months. In months! Strange. I wouldn't mind picking that game back up again, though. It's an excellent game. Dark. Path of Exile is very dark. I remember Path of Exile is dark like Diablo 1 was dark. Like Diablo 2 was dark. Like Diablo 3 was not dark. Diablo 3 turned into a fucking cartoon for some reason. But D1 and D2 were very dark, and Path of Exile seemed to kind of pick that up and run with it. Just bleak, you know? How'd your stream go the other night? Oh, never mind, he's not here. For some reason, I thought Machine God was here already. Well, if Machine God stops in, I want to ask him how his stream went the other night. Somebody remind me of that. Or don't. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, fuck Blizzard. No, I agree, fuck Blizzard. Blizzard has been kind of amazing to watch over the years. I have never seen a company develop so much goodwill amongst a fan base in such a short period of time, first. except for maybe like CD Projekt Red, and then squander it even faster. Like, you don't find people who support Blizzard like they used to. And it's funny because for a while there, it was like, you speak no ill of Blizzard. Blizzard makes the greatest games in the world. And they did. They really did. For a while. And then, you know, everything changed. But they got picked up by some Chinese investors somewhere in there. And that does seem to be kind of the death knell for gaming companies these days. Supposedly D4 is going to be pretty dark. It's one of those things where it's like, you know, the damage is already done. If they come back and they're like, oh, D4 is super dark, I promise, I'm going to be like, yeah, but D3 still happened. And I know the reason you're making it dark isn't because you have a vision and that vision is dark. You're making it dark because you want my money desperately, and you're willing to give me literally anything I want as long as I give you money. And something about that just isn't good enough, you know? They've yet to reach EA status of being hated, but damn if they aren't trying. To be fair, EA has been shitting in our mouths for decades at this point. And they have purchased and destroyed some of the most beloved IPs in video game history. Blizzard hasn't quite done that yet. They destroyed one of the most beloved games in IP history that they already owned, which, you know, that sucks. But, I feel like they at least had a right to do it. Even if I'm not a fan of the fact that it happened. Though I'm, like, you take my opinion with a grain of salt, always. Like, that should just be known on this stream. Because I'm one of those assholes who'd be like, dudes, I hated Blizzard before it was cool. Because I legitimately was irritated at them when they shifted all of their resources away from Warcraft 3 and into the various World of Warcraft expansions. Some of the last Blizzard writing that I truly enjoyed was in Warcraft 3: The Frozen Throne. And I feel like since then, they've just been whoring out the character stories that they created to make more money. Which, of course, they have been, and of course they want to make money. I can say that all day. It's not like it's really a bad thing. It's in their job description. Make money. I get it. I just don't like it, that's all. I believe in art. And maybe that makes me naive. But then I also am a big fan of the whole concept of Star Trek and the, you know, United Federation of Planets, so yeah, I probably am naive. Naive isn't the right word. I know that everything sucks. I just wish it didn't. I don't know if that's naivete so much as just idealism. Activision's influence didn't help them either. No, it certainly did not. Activision's influence helped them make money, I suppose. But, yeah. Do you guys not have phones? Yeah, oh my god, that was just... Oh my god. That was ridiculous. How is that not obviously the wrong thing to say? Yeah, we got phones. We also have fucking PCs, you raging asshole. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to? You trying to sell games to our parents or our little brothers? I don't get it. I mean, the cold hard truth is, I do get it, it just depresses me. The cold hard truth. It's not that cold or that hard, honestly. Idealistic, yeah, I think that's probably right. I am an idealist. I'm both an idealist and a violent pessimist at the same time. I refuse to let go of my dreams of ideal outcomes, and I refuse to let go of the notion that some things should be idealistically pure. It may never happen, but you know, that's not really the point of ideals. The point of an ideal is not really to be realized. It would be nice if it was realized, but I think on some level, all of us who hold to idealistic notions know that they never will be. We never really get what we're shooting for when it comes to living idealistically, living ethically. So I think that the trick to it is to, you know, like they say when you're fighting, You throw a punch at somebody, you aim 3 inches behind their head. Well, that's what we're doing with ideals. We're aiming 3 inches behind the motherfucker's head. Because where we really want to get is just somewhere close. We shoot for the stars, so hopefully we make it to the stratosphere. And then we eat a bag of Doritos and drink like 4 sodas and fall asleep watching anime from the 80s, and ultimately our ideals mean nothing. The world is a cold, dark place, folks. Aspiration versus expectation. Very true. What's up, Nanotanks? It's good to see you. Hey, Painted Ogre, good to see you. Could we get a shout out for Painted Ogre over here? Been doing some pretty excellent streaming lately. If y'all enjoy paint streams, you should definitely give him a follow and check it out sometime. Thoroughly appreciated, Dark Fox. Thank you so much. Just the backpack portion here. The rest of this I want to be gold. Mountain Dew flavored Doritos. That is horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. Of course, we spend tons of money on powerful computers that can play astonishingly resource-intensive games at 60-plus FPS, so that we can play games on our run-of-the-mill phones. I mean, that's why I invested all my money into my rig, was so that I can play fucking phone games, obviously. Thank you, Blizzard. You're so great. Looks like his belt is the same. I guess the back rig and the belt and the arms are all the same piece, aren't they? Forgot some green on his beer gut down here. It always seems odd to me the way Doc Ock is drawn with like these big burly fucking arms and just like the beer gut to end all beer guts. It's an interesting combination, certainly. Day late gamer, I'm here, but lurking. Don't think I haven't forgotten about that night of passion we shared in the Olathe Pond back in the day. If we had shared a night of passion in a pond in Olathe, we'd both be frozen solid by now, DLG. Come on. Come on. But that doesn't mean that I'll ever forget our late nights spent slamming Wendy's burgers and playing Magic the Gathering on the fucking original Xbox, baby. Just busts reps on arm day and skips core and leg day. Yeah, you'd have to. He's got that dad bod. He makes me feel better. Makes me feel like maybe I could be a supervillain too. What did I walk into? What's up, Siestinator Rio? Good to see you, man. Is about all the gray. Just a couple of small spots. Fill that in. I'm going to do his head last. I'm going to leave his head alone. I'm glad I won't have to paint his eyes because he's wearing those goofy goggles. That's something. I'm doing tabletop quality, so I'm not going to start with a brown for my yellow. I'm going to jump right to Reaper Lantern Yellow, and then I'm going to shade it down instead of trying to layer it up. I think that's going to be faster. And I did keep saying I was going to do tabletop quality on these minis, and I just keep violating the shit out of that. So, tabletop quality. We're starting with the actual yellow. I'm going to thin this very little. Reaper is already... it's not, like, super thin. But... particularly with a yellow, I want it to maintain its pigment density. But I also want it to flow a little bit better.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 5. Thunderhead smiled as he held 2 brushes aloft, staring down at his workstation and me with an evil light glinting in his eyes. He put both sets of bristles into the Glorby fluids, chuckling to himself as he did so. Looks like it's time for 2 brushes, 1 paint pot.
By the way, if you guys haven't been following Chaotic Harmony's last couple of streams, you should go check him out. He's been streaming Wasteland 3, and I have to say, it's some of the most enjoyable time I've spent in his stream. But I'm not, I know a lot of people are bigger fans of watching people play MechWarrior Online than I am, so again, take that with a grain of salt. Maybe you really, really enjoy it. I'm mostly in his MechWarrior Online streams because I just like watching Chaotic, but Wasteland 3 has been fun to watch him go through so far. See, this is one of the reasons that I like Reaper and the high pigment density that you get with their Master Series paint line, because this is yellow going over just white and black shading, and it actually is going on pretty nicely. A lot of yellows, even if you added a teeny bit of thinning to them, or if you didn't thin them at all, would not show up this vividly with just one application. Or would desperately want you to be putting them over a base of, like, brown, for instance. Which, I mean, certainly any yellow is going to love a brown base. Or if you're being super fancy and you're doing some pre-shading, like a pink or magenta base actually goes really well under some yellow. It gives it a lot of depth. But we're not doing anything complicated. We're keeping it simple.
Cute little yellow booties.
Did we... I don't think I asked for a... I would like you, Dark Fox, if you haven't already, which I might have missed if you did. Give me a shout-out for Daylate Gamer. DLG, thank you so much for being here. Daylate Gamer is a very good personal friend of mine. We've known each other since we were, like, 13? Something like that. Like, we hung out when the first Fable came out. We skipped school to do that shit. He is an excellent variety streamer. He does a combination of multiplayer and single player. He is a lot of fun to watch. If you just enjoy, a good community and some laid-back gameplay that isn't terribly competitive, though don't tell him I said that, unless he heard it, in which case he won't have to. Definitely go check out his stream. It's a real good time. Orcrist Gaming, what's up? I know I'm just doing a bunch of shoutouts right now. Could we get a shoutout for Orcrist Gaming? Another truly fantastic painting stream that I have been in a handful of times. Orcrist, what's up, man? Thanks for being here. Used to love MWO, haven't played it for a very long time, though. I love the idea of MechWarrior Online. I'll tell you what my problem with MechWarrior Online is. And this is something that many of you may sympathize with, and some of you may not at all. You might be like, Thunderhead, you're crazy. But my real problem with it is that once I got into the game and I started really dealing with the mechanics and trying to get better at it and trying to keep up with other players, I realized that I fucking suck at it. So I stopped playing it. that was my problem. This is why I stick to the realms of single-player gaming. Where when I die, some 13-year-old isn't going to tell me how he fucked my mom last night. Do you have any idea? If the internet is to be believed, there are a lot of 13-year-olds out there who have fucked my mom. Which is awkward at Thanksgiving, let me tell you. Oh, did I get it? Oh my god, White Wolf, I missed it. Sorry, man. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. I have 3 things that I'm drinking simultaneously right now, which is a little weird, and I don't know how this happened. I'm just gonna go through one after the other, because I need some sugar and some beer. I was really good at it. I just hated that they kept changing things so often. See, and that's part of why I don't do a lot of multiplayer gaming anyway, is it has to adjust the meta, and I don't have the give a shit to keep up with a game like that. At a certain point, I'm just like, I lose interest. I can't keep up. Oh, God. Oh, I'm never doing that again. I'm gonna finish my cola before I go into my fucking beer. Why did I do that? It was, like, I knew in my mind it was an awful idea, and yet I just did it anyway. But I guess that describes a lot of the things I do. Missed a spot there. These paints really do. They thin really nicely. They go on smooth, and they leave a nice thin coat. They thin very easily. I'm a fan. I don't know if I'm going to go right in on picking up more of them, but I'm definitely going to use the ones that I have. I similarly degaff, as it were. It's the reason that I quit playing World of Warcraft. It was during the Wrath of the Lich King, playing as a Blood Elf Death Knight, and I got through all the new content, and I got up to, you know, Ice Crown Citadel, and then it just became this slog to find a group, and man, you can't even find a group to raid Ice Crown Citadel unless you're geared to some very particular specifications, and you're keeping up with the meta for your class and your spec, and blah, 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 blah. And I just don't fucking care. I don't care. I just want to play the stupid game. I don't have the time or the interest to make it into my job, and that's what it felt like. And as soon as a game feels like a job, whether that's, you know, logically supportable or not, doesn't really matter. If it feels like it, I'm just like, I'm done. It's over. Don't forget how much managing runes sucks. Yeah, it was something. It was something. No Jello, Roland. No Jello. By the way, today is, as it is every Tuesday, Taco Tuesday. And all this really means is that if you're participating in the Storm Report, which I strongly encourage you to do, it is a whole lot of fun. We're normally limiting people to 2 pictures, but if you've got a picture of some tacos, and I mean your tacos, I don't mean some tacos you found on Instagram, I don't mean some tacos. I don't mean, you know, fucking taco thoughts. That taco over there, that's not what I'm talking about. Something you found on...
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't show me
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't show me your genitals, and don't show me tacos that you stole from fucking...
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Significantly. It's a nice multiplicative effect. What's that other site that does picture aggregates? I can't think of the name of it now. But anyway, your tacos. Or at least tacos that you saw in person. You don't have to have made them. Maybe you got them from a taco truck. That's perfectly legit. I just want to see some tacos. Ideally good tacos. I would say, you know, don't post pictures of, like, shitty tacos. I mean, you could, but I prefer good tacos. But to finish my sentence, if you are posting pictures of tacos, that can be a third. You can violate the 2-picture rule. As long as we're talking tacos, baby. As long as we're talking tacos. A little bit more green here. Just a little bit on his boot there. Let's just get that in. And let that color set while I start highlighting a bit of green. Oh, I did paint it ogre. I don't want to see them taco thoughts. I don't want to see that taco over there. What green to go to? All of the greens that I have from Pro Acryl are significantly darker, so I am going to be going... I think up the Cat's Eye Green from Reaper. Want to go to Cat's Eye Green, or I want to go lighter and then shade it down? Do Moth Green. Try a touch of Cat's Eye and see if I like it, and then maybe go to Moth Green. I keep doing that. I have a paint mixer now. Burritos are permissible. Burritos are permissible. I will make an allowance for that. God damn, that paint mixer really does a number on them. Roland, I would accept that. I will accept that. Because you have had the tacos, even if they're not actually tacos that you bought, and because it might prevent you from posting pictures of Jell-O. And, you know, sometimes in life we have to make compromises. Might not actually be light enough. I want to thin it some if I'm going to keep doing this. I'll try a little bit of Moth Green. I might want to go higher. Because I don't want to do more than 2 layers, ideally speaking. I think what I'll actually do is I'll shade this yellow, or rather wash this yellow, even though I haven't put down any layers yet. And then come back in with my original yellow for highlights. And do some Army Painter soft tone and see how that looks. And I'm not going to dilute this at all. I normally dilute my AP tones a little bit, but I think I want this to be a little bit stronger. kind of just what I'm looking for. Burrito boozed it? No. Soft Taco Tuesday. Does that make you happy? Just want to order 20 Taco Bell soft tacos with 20 packs of Inferno sauce and 2 fries supreme. I'm not too proud to admit that I go to the Taco Bell in my town. It's one of only 3 fast food joints that we have in the town. All in the same damn spot. I go to that Taco Bell and I order their 12 taco party pack. Excuse me. All crunchy tacos, all just their basic bitch tacos, and I say, give me all the fire sauce you're legally allowed to. And I just eat them. I do. I mean, I'm not proud of it. But I do try to own my weaknesses, you know? They're basically just taco shells, a little bit of meat of questionable origin, and like some lettuce and tomatoes. There's really nothing terribly bad in them. I figure as far as fast food goes, I could do a whole lot worse. I could do better too, but I could do a whole lot worse, and it's important that we recognize these relative truths. Pull a little bit of this wash out of here, because I was pretty generous with it. There's nothing wrong with being generous with the wash, but when I'm doing yellow, it's just going to give me more highlighting work to do if I let it be too strong. And I don't want to get tide marks through too much pooling in a lot of these spots. Doc Ock has a number of spots on him that look like they're supposed to have sort of glowing effects, like the palms of his octopus arms, and this odd girdle that he wears. I don't really have a plan for those yet. I'll let him sit and kind of ponder what colors I want to do in them. I'm thinking maybe like a magenta glow. A magenta or red, somewhere between those two. Though I veer towards magenta. It's just... I like it as a color. I like working with it. This may come as a shock to people who have been on this stream for a long time, but purple is like my favorite color. Purple and gold, one of my favorite combinations. One of the first, in fact, 2 of the first Warhammer 40k forces that I made were Emperor's Children and Soul Drinkers. And it was based almost exclusively on the colors. Lavender is the best color. I don't mind lavender. I don't mind lavender. I don't mind lavender being your favorite color, Dark Fox, but best color? I don't know about that. Hot, greasy beef injection. Orcrist, you are a man after my own heart. Thunderhead said at least it wasn't murder. Are Gyros tacos? I think technically they're flatbread sandwiches. I love them, but I don't think they're tacos, Puck Duncher. They're flatbread sandwiches. And yeah, following onto that is the argument, well, tortillas are just a flatbread, so isn't a taco a flatbread sandwich? But there's a little extra je ne sais quoi that makes something into a taco. What if it's folded like a taco? If that's the definition you're using, Puck Duncher, you need to understand how just how wide you've thrown the gates on what can be technically considered a taco. That is a dangerous, dangerous game to play. There you go, Orcrist. Exactly. You could fold a pizza in half. It doesn't make it a taco. People have tried that. They've been like, calzones are like pizza tacos. No, they're not. Fuck you. Get out of here. A little bit there. This cat's eye is fairly subtle over the green that we've got, but I think it's just enough for one quick layer over top, followed by a wash to make it a pretty decent green. And I wanted to introduce a little bit of yellow to this green, and cat's eye green has a little bit of yellow in it. I'm not going to try to change your mind, Puck Duncher. I've learned since 2016 and being on the internet that changing people's minds is a fool's game. I'm just going to know that you're wrong, and that's enough. And at least as far as this stream goes, I make the rules, so, you know. What I'm trying to say, Puck Duncher, is I win. If a hot dog is a taco, so is a Philly cheesesteak. This is exactly the slippery slope I'm looking to avoid, Rogue. Exactly the slippery slope. Like a slip and slide covered in tapatio sauce. Which sounds both delicious and painful. Mostly painful. I'll tell you a secret, Orcrist Gaming. I also enjoy Hawaiian pizza. But then I have a pizza palette that one could potentially describe as Ninja Turtles-esque. So, you know, don't take that personally. I mean, yeah, Hethra, but we knew that already, didn't we? Hot Pockets are American pierogi. This is getting crazy. Okay? No. Let's calm it down a little bit here. Look, I thought we learned our lesson the last time we started talking about candy and we almost wound up inciting a couple of war crimes. Alright? God, that sounds good, Orcus. I love those, you know, the chicken garlic pizzas that they make at Papa Murphy's? Oh, I like those a lot. Those are good. But, you know, I don't feel like pizzas are in any way sacrosanct. They're like American fast food. You kind of do anything you want to them. And while that also may be technical of most tacos, including the Mission-style burrito, I, for some reason, feel much more strongly about that. At least about the definition of a taco. Like, a pizza is a pizza kind of no matter what you put on it, just based on the way that it's arranged. In the same way that a sandwich is a sandwich. I would say that tacos are a form of sandwich. Like, every taco is a sandwich, but not every sandwich is a taco. You know what I mean? In the same way that I would define a gyro as a flatbread sandwich. I think tacos are also flatbread sandwiches, but gyros aren't tacos. Somewhere out there, somebody is like, that's not how you pronounce gyro! I challenge you to fucking prove it, man, because there are a number of potential pronunciations, and all of them are based on the notion of rotating meat, which makes it one of my favorite conversations, because I love rotating meat. My body is ready for Candy Wars 4.0. What's up, Vergadarung? It's good to see you, man. Maple syrup is tree blood boiled down for human ingestion. I mean, I eat animal blood a lot of the time, so I don't feel like it doesn't really remove the appetizing nature of it for me. I'm just like, tree blood. What would tree meat be? Fruit? Is that tree meat? Heart of palm? Yeah, we pronounce ours donair. Yeah. I have no problem with any pronunciation. I'm even down with gyro sandwich. All I know is they're delicious, and I've been eating them since I was a kid. I have been fortunate enough to live next to a number of really good Greek restaurants over the course of my life and in a number of places that I've lived. One of the best I ever had was a little food truck outside the PX on Fort Sam Houston in San Antonio, Texas. There's a Turkish dude there, or there was a Turkish dude there a few years ago anyway, who has a little food cart where he serves gyros in a Turkish style, which I discovered is a very particularly vinegary sort of arrangement. And he had a sandwich that he didn't actually sell normally. It wasn't on his menu, but he made it himself every day for lunch. And the fact is that I was there often enough, I knew about it. I was there the same damn time every day, and I'd usually catch him on his lunch break while he was still working the cart, but he'd be having a sandwich. And it was this bright red number that was just so intriguing. So I asked him, I'm like, what is this sandwich that you're eating? He's like, oh, I make this for myself. I, make the ingredients and I bring it from home and I throw it together at lunchtime. I'm like, well, it looks like it's spicy. And he says, oh yeah, it's spicy. Like, would you make me one? And he tells me that day. He's like, well, I only really bring enough for myself. But I'm there the same time every day. So he's like, we'll come back tomorrow. I'll bring enough for one for you. And it was just, it was in the style of a gyro. So you have a flatbread. And it was a bunch of, like, marinated, spicy chicken and a little bit of lamb. This mixture that he had. And he'd put it in there. And then he'd drop in, like, a fistful of onions. And then this bright red, like, spicy chili sauce that he had in a squeeze bottle. And that shit was spicy. Fruit is kind of tree cum, isn't it? Isn't it, Rogue? That's very astute. We're really getting to the heart of philosophy on this stream. This shit was so spicy. This was, you're gonna regret this later spicy. This was, like, holy shit spicy. And it was so flavorful, though. It was so good. I can only ever eat one of them. But man, did I ever enjoy that sandwich. Ali? He was. I can't remember what his name was. It wasn't Ali. He had a brother who worked there with him sometimes, too. And then there was like a 2-month period where he went back home to Turkey for a while because some shit was going down, and like my life ended. For that period, I was bereft. All my lunches sucked. I wound up going inside the PX to those fucking Peter Pan pizzas. You know the ones. You know Peter Pan pizza. It's like fucking bottom of the barrel pizza. Like, I'll eat some bad pizza, man. I will eat it and I will still enjoy it. But Peter Pan is maybe the lowest I've ever sunk. Let's get in there and paint that belly. Hey, Doc? A little bit of green. A little bit of yellow-green. Brighten things up and neutralize your color palette slightly. We're definitely going to be doing some more oil painting here in the near future. I got the idea that I think I want to try painting my operative Vader in oils. I feel like Vader is a good choice for oils because he has so much fabric on him. His paint job rides on the strength of your blends, and that's something that oils are just going to be fucking fantastic for, is nice, easy blends. I'm pretty happy with that green for the most part. I'm going to come and do one more round of highlights with moth green. No, it's not pizza. It's Peter Pan, to quote Kevin from The Office, is like eating a hot circle of garbage. It's not a good experience. And yet I've had it a number of times because it's the circumstances in which you're presented with Peter Pan pizza. The circumstances in which you're presented with Peter Pan pizza are almost universally, I have half an hour for lunch, and then I have to be in fucking formation for something stupid. I don't have enough time to go to a good pizza place, and Peter Pan is like 5 minutes away. I have time to get in, get a slice, get the fuck out, and still make it someplace without being yelled at, while being 15 minutes early, because 15 minutes early is on time. Those are always the circumstances in which Peter Pan is presented to you, and in those circumstances, yeah, sure, whatever, it's fine, I guess. I guess it's fine. But it's still not good. Is it Peter Piper? It has been almost 5 years since I've been on a military base, so I could be thinking Peter Piper. I thought it was Peter Pan, though. It's Peter something. It's shit pizza. Well, you know, Peter Pan is garbage peanut butter, so my fucking point stands. It's all trash. Either way, you know the one I'm talking about, and it sucks. I don't even feel bad about not remembering the name properly. They fucking deserve to have their name besmirched. Fucking Peter Pizza, whatever. It's awful. I'll tell you the circumstances where I would care a lot more about remembering the name of the place is if their pizza didn't make me hate pizza. Did they do... They had fucking peanut butter with salmonella in it? Good lord. I don't know. in the course of my life, I haven't actually purchased that much Peter Pan peanut butter. I can't speak to it as a brand. For whatever reason, I remember that every time I see Peter Pan peanut butter on the shelf, it seemed like they were always more smooth than chunky jars, and so I just avoided it. And I mean, let's just be honest. What the hell is the point of smooth peanut butter? Who eats that crap? Roland brought up drunk food, just gonna say it. Super fries. Oh my god, super fries. Oh my god, late night trips, late night trips to Don Hilberto's for those super fries. That was some drunk food right there. Some of the best drunk food I've ever had in my life was in San Antonio, Texas. And it was mostly because there were a few Mexican places that were open 24 hours a day downtown. And you know, you get out of a show or something, and the big question is, what's open at like 2 a.m.? It doesn't have to be good food, but I appreciate that it was anyway. Mi Tierra in San Antonio. For anybody who's ever lived in San Antonio, I'm fairly certain all I have to do is say the words Mi Tierra, and your fucking mouth started watering a little bit. Is it the greatest Mexican food on the planet? No, not by any stretch of the imagination or by a wide margin. What it is damn good and open 24 hours a day. That and the place has been around for something like 100 years. Something crazy like that. If it's not Smucker's Goober, I usually don't eat it. Smucker's Goober is one of my guilty pleasures. I first had it when I was a kid, when they first started marketing it, and my parents judged me for liking it, and I still do. To this day, I still enjoy it. I'm not proud of it, but I do eat it. Meat tiara. Yes. Yes, Hetrir, I'm talking about a meat tiara. Exactly. Thank you so much for that. I don't eat smooth peanut butter on anything. I don't even understand why they sell it. I don't get the point of smooth peanut butter. If it doesn't have big chunks of peanuts in it, like, I'm not into it. The smoothest peanut butter I'll eat is on the inside of a Reese's peanut butter cup, and I don't think that counts. Not the most careful paint job I've ever done in my life, but like I said, we are doing tabletop quality today, gents. Green's looking decent, though. Come around his back here. Catch some upper surfaces. Side of his butt cheek that I kind of missed there. It seems like he just skips core day, because his legs are also, like, weirdly built. His thighs are all super muscular and flexed. It's just the gut. Is a meat tiara a taco? Puck Duncher with the cutting and important questions. Discuss. You know, Samare, that's probably the truest of all the statements, rather than saying one food is amazing and another food is bad. I know we've talked before about there are some people who experience what is it? Cilantro as tasting like soap. And I mean, I can't think of, there's nothing you can do about that. That's just, you know, that's the hand you're dealt on a genetic level. But that sucks so bad because I love cilantro. Cilantro adds so much in the right place. But if it tasted like soap, it would just ruin everything that I ate, wouldn't it? And that's not my fault. That's just the luck of the fucking draw. That's the chaos of the universe deciding, hey, fuck this guy in particular. Which, to be fair, is not out of character for my interactions with the universe so far. We've got some people in this chat who are incapable of appreciating avocados. They're like,
I don't like the texture and it tastes grody. And, avocados are oogie.
And, I mean, I know what you might be thinking. You might be thinking, oh, that person sounds like an asshole. That person... Why would I even talk to someone who believed something like that? Who believed something that was essentially a war crime? I feel like we should take that person and we should put them on a train to Disneyland. What did you think I was going to say? Where do you think I would send someone on a train to? You bunch of fucking maniacs. Disneyland. But it's not their fault. It's not their fault. They were made that way. Can also be a vowel asshole. Consonant asshole. I get it. Just touching up my gray a little bit here. It's looking okay. I want to put down a green wash. I need to get more of my Army Painter military shader. I realized on stream last night that I was out of it, and I haven't ordered more yet. If someone felt like doing me a favor, they could ping me in a message on Discord just saying, hey man, buy some more AP military shader. I like this Typhoon. It's real cool. Not a fan of avocado. That's okay. That's okay, Orcris. You don't have to be a fan of avocados. You know? I'm not a fan of Elton John. That doesn't mean that he's not an accomplished musician. Hold on, I want to do something before this green goes down. Before this green goes down. Let me undo what I just did there. Glad I thought of it. Let me get a fluffier brush that'll pull this off. Oh, ruining some of my highlighting. That's okay. Let that dry for a minute. I want to do one extra quick round of highlights, though, in Dungeon Slime. Love Hans Zimmer. Oh, God. Hethria just knows how to cut me right to my core. Hans fucking Zimmer. Hans fucking Zimmer. Golden boy of modern Hollywood, whose primary contribution to the musical world has been the sound of a man farting bare-assed on a tin roof. I have 4 more Storm Chasers to get through, and then I will open Redemptions. And then once Redemptions are open, I'm going to swap off to working on at least 2 Thunder Skunks, and then we'll see where we land. Have you ever seen any of the movies scored by Hans Zimmer? Because I guarantee you know the sound I'm talking about, Samare. If you have. You might not have put it in that context before, but if you go listen to one of them now and you have that thought in your head, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about when it happens. Yes, forgot around. The Inception noise. The fucking long-winded that passes for drama. I hate it. I hate it so much. There is precisely one circumstance where I have thought that it was well applied and kind of cool, and that was in Pacific Rim. And in Pacific Rim, it wasn't just an element of the music, it was a sound that the Jaegers were making very specifically. And it was meant to be a horn. That sounds like a story, Samir. I can't imagine what circumstances led your friend to actually fart bare-assed on a tin roof. But, you know, at least you've lived, man. At least you've lived. More than most people ever will. You know, Ramin Djawadi gets a lot of credit these days. I was about to say, like, he's underappreciated, but I realized Ramin Djawadi really is not underappreciated. He's very well recognized for the work that he's done. He's done a lot of soundtracks in the last few years. I think most people probably know him from his work on the Game of Thrones theme. It's one of the more popular and the more memorable tunes, and it's excellent. Excellent. He also did a lot of the music for Pacific Rim, which I think is pretty great myself. He did it along with Tom Morello, which is why you have such interesting guitar work on the soundtrack for Pacific Rim. But a slightly less well-recognized soundtrack artist is Paul Leonard Morgan, who did the soundtrack for Dread in 2013. Now that is a hell of a soundtrack. For Thunderskunk, specific limitations, I am, for everything that we're doing right now, still trying to stick at mechs that are reasonably argued for 5 years before or after 3050. sticking around 30-50. Anything prior to that, obviously, but nothing past like 30-55, and even 30-55 is pushing it. Try to shoot for 30-50. All you have to do is say Mechanical Man, and now it's stuck in my head. Good job. Thank you so much for that. Know anywhere to get some sci-fi minis, like Shadowrun or Cyberpunk? I know that there have been some lately. Where was I seeing somebody was releasing Cyberpunk miniatures recently. I can't remember the name of where they were coming from. What's up, Zio Reimer? How you doing? I'm sure somebody in chat probably knows someplace that's been doing that style lately. They haven't been as popular. But with the rise of Cyberpunk 77, I know that there have been at least one or two producers working on some Cyberpunk-esque minis. There's some new minis done recently for Cyberpunk Red, I want to say. But I don't remember the producer. And I don't know if they were STLs or if they were just physical minis that you could buy. What you looking to do, out of curiosity? Any particular game, or just like a roleplay session for like Shadowrun? Shadowrun can be tricky to find for because it's not just Cyberpunk you're looking for. You're looking for a combination of Cyberpunk and fantasy. I'm pretty sure there's at least one Patreon doing minis like that, but again, I can't remember it off the top of my head. But like I can see in my head the Come and Get You ad for them trying to sell me like an ogre with a shotgun, you know? Cyberforge Patreon there. That might have been the one I was thinking of. 4 more mechs. 4 more mechs, White Wolf. I want to do 4 more Storm Chasers to clear out my log there. And then I'm going to open up redemptions in general. But as long as we have people waiting for their redemptions, I don't want to open up the redemptions too wide, you know? So I want to get those people taken care of. And in turn, I won't leave you waiting too long once your redemptions do land. That's the one thing I don't want to do, is open up redemptions and then be like, alright, it'll be like 6 months before I get to it. I've already done that to a few people. It feels like poop. Feels like poop. Let that green set for a few and then come over it with a green wash. I'm going to start doing a little bit of highlighting back up on the yellow since that wash has settled pretty nice. In case you missed it, the story's not all that interesting. A friend of mine was drunk, decided to fart bare-assed on a metal shed's roof. That was about all there was to it. I mean, I don't know how much more there could be to that story, and I suspected it involved being drunk. I'm trying to think of a circumstance where I would do that in which I wasn't drunk, and I can't. Except maybe if I was just really angry and I was trying to prove a point about Hans Zimmer, I might do it. Just started playing again and would like some minis. Well, I am very certain that somebody here can help you find exactly what you're looking for, if not exactly that, at least something close, Zio Reimer. I'll tell you, a good place to ask questions about if anybody has found minis of a particular style is over on the Thunderhead Studio Discord. We have a lot of miniature discussion over there, and not all of our usual members are here in the chat tonight. Hang on, I'm trying to find... I just shoved these over earlier, and of course I should have done it in an organized fashion, but I didn't. It's golden brown. But, there's definitely people in the Discord who could help you. Yeah, Hero Forge definitely is not a bad choice, by any stretch of the imagination. This is some of that Pro Acryl Bright Warm Gray, which I'm going to mix with the Dark Warm Gray to try to create a mid-tone. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, that's pretty good. Popsicle does great cyberpunk minis. I think I've seen some of Popsicle's minis. Yeah, some high quality shit. I've been really liking these warm grays from Pro Acryl. Most of my grays are cool, so this has been I think, a fairly significant addition to my overall paint catalog. Infinity definitely has stuff with that vibe. Infinity is very cyberpunky. It's hyper stylized Asian cyberpunk for the most part, but it is very cyberpunk-esque. And Hootie Who Art, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Just trying to develop some shadows here. I don't want to go too crazy on these. Don't want to go too crazy. Maybe a little crazy. You know, a little crazy never hurt anybody, except when it did, which is a lot of the time. Details on these mechanical grabbers are pretty soft, so I'm just going to kind of try to sketch in the details myself a little bit. Absolutely, Zio Reimer. I hope that's helpful to you. Starting to look okay. Full Algoran army and only got 3 games in. I love Beyond the Gates of Antares. Beyond the Gates of Antares is a hidden gem. Not enough people play that game. You can find games of Beyond the Gates of Antares if you live in, like, Nottingham, England. Like that's apparently where everybody who plays the game lives. More people should give it a chance, though. It is, in my opinion, mechanically speaking, a better game than Warhammer 40k. Is it perfect? No. It's not a perfect game, but I mean, you know, find me the perfect game. It doesn't exist. But it's excellent. It really is very, very good. It's like Bolt. In fact, it is essentially Bolt action with a lot of sci-fi rules kind of stacked on top. Which, if you've played Bolt action, you know that it's a pretty solid rule set that actually plays fairly quickly and sensibly. But, of course, it's you know, a historic war game, so it's like, well, you know, there are assault rifles, and there isn't really that much variation between them. And then there are soldiers, and soldiers get shot one time, and then they pretty much go down, and it doesn't really matter how much body armor you're wearing. Particularly in World War II, it's just how it is. You get shot, you go down, boom, it's done. So if you introduce more advanced armor rules and significantly more weapon variety and, you know, space aliens, you get Beyond the Gates of Antares. It has a clever story, too. At least I thought so. I think one of the biggest mistakes they made a few years ago was that their starter set included GAR and C3. And C3 as a faction are very, very good. They're sort of the gold standard against which all the other factions are. They're the Space Marines of the setting. They're a highly elite army with most of the best equipment available, but you don't get that many troops. As compared to some others. And most of the other factions have similar weapons and armor to them with different balance passes made over them. But the other faction they included was the GAR, and in Beyond the Gates of Antares, I would say that there's every faction in the game, and then there's the GAR. The GAR break the fucking rules. That's their whole thing. They break all the rules for army building and force deployment. That's their gimmick. Everything they do is fucked. Their very presence on the battlefield introduces like a chaos die to the bag that can screw everybody up. Because the technology they use is so wrong, it disrupts all the technology of everyone around them in the story. I think it's still going, Ogre. I haven't heard anything about it closing up. Now, admittedly, I don't follow it as closely as I used to. I ran a number of local games in San Antonio for Beyond the Gates of Antares when they were doing their online campaign for the Battle of Xylos supplement that they released. I have a lot of Antares. I would say I probably have more painted Antares figures than I have of any other single game. And I include 40k. I've got a lot of painted 40k. I have a lot more painted Antares. I have a Concord army, I have a GAR army, I have an Algoran army, I have a Boramite army, I have a Freeborn army. I have one other. Who is it? Oh yeah, net munitions are fucking broken. Now, they did a fix for that a little while back, Alaric. But yeah, net munitions were totally broken for a while. They were so good, it was like, why would I bring any other munitions? Just bring nets. And just use them constantly. As a GAR player in particular, they pissed me off. And then when I was playing C3, running my biker armies, I remember having a net round from an X-Launcher. Just be like, I deleted like 2 of your bike squads, fuck you. No, Samare, different Freeborn, come on now. Necron Stream win, unlikely. I have been playing 40k a long time. I've played a lot of different armies. Necrons have never been one of them. I even liked the Necrons more back in the day before they became all individual like they are now. I liked them when they were much more just a faceless, undead army of unknown provenance. I understand their lore has expanded a lot since then. Their relationship with the Satan has changed greatly. I'm still just not that interested in them. We've got a lot of cool models lately with the new release. The Necrons have a lot of very cool models. A Song of Ice and Fire's miniatures game is better than I expected it to be. And I'm talking mechanically. I'm not a huge fan of the Song of Ice and Fire miniatures. I certainly have a problem with the Song of Ice and Fire lore between the shows and the books at this point. But just mechanically, like if you remove all considerations of the lore that it comes from, the game is fantastic. It plays really well. It's interesting turn to turn. I've never had a turn that's just a foregone conclusion where you're like, okay, well this is going to happen and I'm going to lose. There's always some bullshit that you can pull. Some little wheedling you can do to undermine your opponent's strategies, and I appreciate games like that. Yes, that's accurate, Samara. I liked the Necrons when they were more like the Borg, and I'm talking the pre-Voyager Borg, when they weren't very well understood. They were Terminators. They were the 40k equivalent of the Undead Army. They were the Tomb Kings. And they didn't really need much more than that. I thought that they were a great adaptation of, I want an army of skeletons, but everybody has laser guns. I came around on the Queens. Datron. I did. I see the role that they play within Borg lore better now. That doesn't mean I didn't like Borg more before. I did, but I'm more forgiving of the existence of Borg Queens now than I was when it first happened. Viewed through the lens of being an adaptation to humanity, in the same way that I always liked the Tyranid lore of the Tyranid warrior. I liked the Tyranid warrior in the sense that they used to say, well, the Tyranid warrior exists because the Swarm started fighting Space Marines, and the Swarm adapts to all of its enemies, and they were like, well, we need something that's equivalent to a Space Marine, so the warrior happened. I thought that was cool. And the Borg Queen was the same thing for me. At least as far as they explained it in Voyager. It was like, well, they started fighting humans, and humans really, really leveraged their individuality against the Borg in a way that they weren't really prepared for. So they were like, well, shit, we need something a little bit more individualistic. We need the ability to think on our feet. We can't be stuck with situations where a Borg cube sits there with its thumb up its ass for 3 days, waiting to decide what to do about humans anymore. We need someone to make decisions. So in that sense, the Borg Queen makes sense, but I feel like that was kind of a retcon too. Because the Borg Queen introduced in First Contact didn't make any of those points. It was just like, ooh, spooky, there's a queen now. And then later the writers were like, oh shit, we have to make sense out of this. And I say that as somebody who actually really likes Alice Krige as an actress. Alice Krige gives me the most confusing boners. I mean, to be fair, she also gave Data some pretty confusing boners in that particular movie. Hey, what's up, Machine God? Good to see you. I was just recommending your stream a little bit ago. People should definitely check out Machine God. if you enjoy painting streams and a nice, cool, chill atmosphere. And I'd agree with that, Datron Voltari. They picked a fantastic actress to play the Borg Queen. The problem with the Borg Queen was the concept of the Borg Queen, for me. And it would not be until a while later that Voyager sort of made sense of the Borg Queen. And even then, it was very much a sort of backwards sense. The backwards sense that you only really get from a retcon, when someone's like, uh-oh, we've done something stupid, let's fix it. Working backward from implementation to concept, you know? They're like, well, we're stuck with her now, let's give her something to do. There's a bunch of them. And they exist for a reason. Shut up. But we accepted a lot of changes in the Borg during Voyager. Did it, Samare? Weird. I mean, it did have a very hot kiss between a pseudo-hive mind cyber bitch who was mostly just a mechanical spine and a completely synthetic life form who... It is probably one of the dumbest things in all of Star Trek First Contact. The whole thing when they graft skin onto Data. They just, like, peel off some of his robo-skin and stretch some real skin over it, and they're like, oh, let me rub your skin, and look, you're getting goosebumps. And I'm like, hold on. Do you know how goosebumps work? He doesn't have a circulatory system. I don't... Okay, whatever, Star Trek. You know what, Star Trek? Whatever. This isn't the dumbest thing you've even done recently, I suppose. No shit! Vergaderung, you made affiliate last stream. Congratulations, man. And that's why I liked the explanation that they gave in Voyager for the Borg Queen. It wasn't so much that they added a hierarchy in the sense that someone was in charge. It's that they recognized part of their adaptation became slightly circular. They moved away from centralized decision-making as their primary goal for a long time, and it worked for them for a long time until they encountered the Federation. And then the reactivity and the ingenuity of Federation officers started to beat them more than they had been defeated by other races in the past. And so they started to reverse course and reintegrate individual decision makers, someone who could cut through the noise of their centralized decision making and react quickly. And it does make a certain sort of sense. The first time that the Enterprise encountered a Borg cube, they spent, what, like 2-3 days? And it might have even been longer than that. But they were able to just wander around on board a Borg cube, poking at stuff, and taking readings, and messing with drones, because the nature of Borg decision-making was such that the Borg just stood there with their thumbs up their asses, waiting for the hive mind to make a decision on how to deal with these humans. And that's simply not something that you can do. It doesn't work. It may even be that hadn't been a problem for them prior to that, simply because they hadn't reached the kind of critical mass of decision-making and the massive amount of overhead that an extended hive mind creates. Like, when they were a smaller hive mind, I'm sure they were much more nimble. Much quicker to make decisions. But as time went on, they became cumbersome. And yes, 7 of 9 introduced a lot of changes too. And we're all fine with the changes that 7 of 9 brought with her because, oh my god, that booby suit. That and the onset of 7 of 9 indicated that Kess was leaving the show, and I think everybody was willing to celebrate that. Because Kess was the worst. Kess was worse than Neelix, somehow. Kes was worse than Tom fucking Paris, somehow. Though admittedly Tom Paris was largely redeemed by the existence of his, like, 1950s serial episodes. Not totally redeemed, because Tom Paris' main job on the show seemed to be to slowly get fat and less interesting. Tom Paris was also an interesting character in that he was a way for the writers to circumvent their need to pay. Well, for the producers to circumvent their need to pay their writers, because Tom Paris was played by the same actor as we got some Neelix fans in the chat. Ugh. Neelix was okay. You know, I'll give you, Neelix was better than Dr. Phlox. I take that back, actually. He wasn't. I like Dr. Phlox more than I like Neelix. What are you gonna do? Way better than a Harry Kim. Yeah, Harry Kim didn't have any purpose at all on the show as far as like... Voyager had a lot of characters that were just like, I could take or leave it. I wasn't really talking shit about Phlox. Okay, you know, I'll talk one little bit of shit about Phlox. And that was that fucking CGI smile that they gave him in like the first or the second episode. Thankfully, they knew well enough not to do it again. That was the worst. That was the worst thing that has ever happened. Not sure if you've ever gone to any of the Colorado StarCons, but a comic that always was in the art show up for sale. Comic of two Starfleet officers who had just been passed in the hall by 7 of 9, whose figure had been exaggerated with particularly large breasts, and one of the officers commenting, well, looks like they didn't remove all of her implants. Best character was the Doctor. Fight me. No one's gonna fight you, Rogue. That's just objectively recognized fact. The best character on Voyager was the Doctor. By far. By far. And I liked Janeway. I even liked Chakotay. I'll admit, I liked the idea of Chakotay more than I actually liked Chakotay. He, as a character, had way more potential than they ever realized on that show. He just got relegated to kind of token duty. But yeah, the character of Tom Paris was originally meant to be another character, because he was that, I don't know if you remember the episode of The Next Generation when Wesley got in trouble and covered for a pilot at Starfleet Academy when they had done a crazy maneuver and gotten a trainee killed. It was the same actor who played Tom Paris. And in the show, in the original negotiations, it's my understanding, it was actually supposed to be the same character played by the same guy. But in order to do that, they would have had to pay an old writer that they had for Next Generation to use that character. And they were like, you know what we could do instead? Use the same actor and call him something else. Which is shitty. Real shitty. I wouldn't have minded Chakotay as the actual captain. That would have been an interesting dynamic, a Starfleet officer giving up their position for the greater good of the crew to another officer. But Janeway was good too. And, I mean, you have to admit, at the time, in the 90s, it would not have flown well if there had been a Star Trek where they were like, here's the woman recognizing that this man is better at her job than her, and she's just gonna give her job over. Like, that would not have flown. At all. And I won't comment on whether I think that's a good or a bad thing. I'm just gonna say, I get it. It was a big deal that they had a female captain. And she wasn't just a token female. She wasn't just the woman. She was a hard ass. I think Janeway was pretty excellent, really. Now, okay. She's no Cisco. Alright? Janeway's no Cisco. But then who was? Yeah. I might argue with that, Rogue. Janeway was a fucking rogue agent. Janeway was a loose cannon. Now, she wanted to be Starfleet, yes, and she certainly did represent Starfleet where she could, but she did a lot of very questionable things. Things that Picard would never have considered, but then she was also in extreme circumstances where you couldn't really stick to Starfleet regulation if you wanted to live. But she was no Picard. But then who was? And that may be one of my favorite things about Star Trek, and something that they maintain pretty well. All the captains and commanders were pretty distinct. Picard was Picard. Janeway was Janeway. Cisco was fucking Cisco. Even Archer had his own personality that was pretty enjoyable. I liked Archer. I think Scott Bakula was one of the best things about that show, and it's not even remotely his fault that the franchise died after that. And I consider the franchise to still be dead, by the way. Argue with me all you like. Nothing they've done recently has brought it back. Not really. Picard was just a travesty. Discovery is technically a television show, I suppose. I didn't hate Season 1, but I don't feel like it brought anything new or interesting. Except, arguably one of the more interesting takes on using the mirror universe in Star Trek. Okay, sure. But who fucking cares? The mirror universe kind of sucks. The mirror universe is a fun little romp. It's not meant to be a real element of the story. Well, she had a hardcore desire to stick to the Prime Directive, Rogue, but she didn't stick to the Prime Directive. She violated it constantly. Star Trek Lower Decks is... I haven't seen any of Lower Decks. I can't comment on it. Sisko was that guy that just wanted to retire and had to deal with so much shit. Yeah, Sisko just wanted to have a relationship with his son. He wanted an easy post, and he wanted to be a good dad because he'd lost his wife. Sisko is one of the most... I don't even feel like it's fair comparing other commanders to Sisko. Sisko was so goddamn good. Like, with Voyager, I have to pick and choose things to find the shit that I like. But with Deep Space Nine, it's just like, oh man, pick apart and let's talk about why it's amazing. Deep Space Nine was fucking fantastic. No, the Voyager was very specifically a scientific ship. It was a lab with a couple of engines stuck to it. It had more astrometric equipment than the Enterprise did at something like a third of the size. Voyager was much, much smaller than Enterprise, but it also made Enterprise's measurement capacity look like fucking nothing. Nowhere near as many weapons, though. Garrick, Odo, and Quark. Yeah. Yeah. Just trying to make sure that this had cracked. Pardon. Isn't everybody on Team Garrick? Are there people in this world who have seen Star Trek Deep Space Nine and are like, I don't really care for Garrick? I don't think those people exist. But then I didn't think Flat Earthers existed, and here we are, so... It's looking decent for the first highlight pass on the arms, huh? There's not as much detail on these grabby hands as I had actually been hoping for, but whatever, we'll make do. Now I need to go binge DS9 so I can hate on Garrick. Iberben, okay. Iberben. If you watch Deep Space Nine, and you come out of it genuinely, and I don't mean just being a contrarian bitch, you come out genuinely disliking Garrick as a character, I'll pay you. I will bet $100 US that you can't fucking do it. Not honestly. It's not really that much money. I say it like it's a lot of money. Like $100 whole dollars. But I'll make that bet in complete seriousness. Okay, I won't officially make that bet on Twitch while I'm streaming. I'm definitely joking, by the way. Twitch and Amazon, anybody who might be watching. But hit me up on Discord later and we'll talk. Who didn't like Ducat? Ducat was Ducat was the guy you love to hate. I even liked somebody help me out. Who was Ducat's lieutenant? The guy who shoots... I'm not gonna say because somebody might not have seen it. But you know who he shoots. His name's right on the tip of my tongue. He becomes the interim commander of the Cardassian military when they're working for the Dominion. Damar, thank you. I even like Damar. I appreciated that scene where he shoots you-know-who. His reasoning was so pure. His reasoning was so Cardassian. He expressed shock. Shock. That Ducat was upset. He was like, what are you crying for? She's a traitor. Like, what's wrong with you? He was so Cardassian to a fault. He was a truer Cardassian than even Ducat was, I would argue. Ducat was a sadist. You can argue that sadism is endemic to the Cardassian way of life, but I don't believe that it is. I think it's a side effect that a lot of them pick up, and certainly sociopaths and sadists thrive under Cardassian rule. But it wasn't really one of their values, it was more of a side effect. And then you have, oh my god, that amazing episode where somebody's going to have to help me with the name of an actor again. It's right on the tip of my tongue. You know the guy. It was in TNG when the Cardassians capture Picard. The guy who played the Cardassian. He was also the Doctor in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, Secret of the Ooze. And his name is right there. He did the voice of John Irenicus in Baldur's Gate 2. Somebody help me out. You know, the... There are four lights guy. Yep, you're right. He was also in Tron. Oh my god, his name is right there. I can see his face and I can hear his voice. David Warner, thank you so much. Yes, yes, yes. He was our introduction to Cardassians and their very unique methods of interrogation and mind control. Well, he wasn't our introduction to Cardassians. Interestingly enough, not Liam Neeson. What's wrong with the Gear Falcon? Interestingly enough, though, Ducat was our introduction to Cardassians. The first Cardassian patrol that the Enterprise encounters in The Next Generation was the same actor who plays Ducat, another name that I should know, but I can't think of off the top of my head, also known as the Neck. But yeah, same actor played a Cardassian in Next Generation. That was back when they had, like, funny little bits of facial hair that made them look like early Klingons. As Golma Set. Yes, thank you, Marco Limo. Great actor. John Irenicus. There was a fucking villain. Wasn't he just? I love John Irenicus. I mean, I didn't. I hated John Irenicus, but you know, that's what makes a good villain. And yeah, that was also David Warner. We would like to mark this occasion with the traditional pre-fight donut. Don't even tell me. Don't even tell me that right now you don't have Vanilla Ice in your head. That in this very moment you're not going, go ninja, go. Because you are. And if you weren't, well, you are now, baby. You are now. Have you ever seen a turtle get down? Jesus Christ. Those were the days, weren't they? What happened to that world? Baldur's Gate 2 is still one of the best RPGs ever made, if not the best. I can't disagree. I like Baldur's Gate 2 a lot more than I liked Baldur's Gate 1. And I'm fairly excited for Baldur's Gate 3. My soul is prepared. Mostly I've prepared myself to be disappointed by it, because that just seems to be the way things are going these days. We're gonna bring back your favorite game series from when you were a kid, and it's just this macabre display. They take the corpse of your childhood and they jam a tube up its ass and they just start the money pump. And then they sell tickets for you to watch it just sort of juddering around on the floor. And they're like, look, it's back! And you're like, oh, God. The best character in Deep Space Nine is Morn. Fucking Morn. That was my nephew's favorite character. I got him to watch Deep Space Nine. Damn it, I should know to expect these things by now. That wasn't even like me singing well. I've sung briefly on this stream before and it hasn't been terrible, and you had to pick that. Yeah, Morn is among the greatest running gags. I love the whole episode about Morn when he disappeared and all these people show up. And it turns out that Morn was at the center of some sort of, like, grand criminal conspiracy. There was some hidden money that all his old criminal fucking friends were all trying to get once he had died, and his death was a ruse to draw them out. That was so fucking ridiculous. Morn. And yeah, Morn apparently would never shut up. It's just that it was never on camera. I'm going to tell you a running joke in Star Trek that I think I probably thought was funnier than most people. One that I really quite liked. I liked the cook in Star Trek Enterprise. I thought that was a really good, solid running joke. Admittedly, it was a bit derivative of Morn, yes. It was, but it was also kind of a play on the fact that they didn't have replicators. Oh, you better enjoy it, Everbent. You better enjoy it, because I can delete those, baby. I have Morn as a bridge officer in Star Trek Online. And the fact that, oh my god, yeah, that's right, where he was storing latinum caused all his hair to fall out. Because apparently Morn had just a luscious head of hair at one point. Ugh, that's such a stupid joke. I mean, to be fair, Samara, they ruined a lot in the finale. The finale was one of the most awkward... Enterprise deserved more than what it got there at the end. When they were like, oh shit, we have to wrap up like 3 seasons of content in about 20 minutes. Oh yeah, sure, that's gonna go great. Yeah, it was not good. It was not fair to anyone, so I forgive them for it. But Star Trek Enterprise Here's the thing. Every single Star Trek gave us, to some degree, Jeffrey Combs. Every single one. And admittedly, Deep Space Nine had some of the best Jeffrey Combs. As Wayun. Not to mention several other characters, including Brunt. But I would argue that Enterprise gave us the best Jeffrey Combs. And that's not to say the other ones weren't fantastic. They were. Like I said, Wayun was great, Brunt was great. I think Wayun was better than Brunt. But Shran. Shran was peak Jeffrey Combs. Enterprise deserved like 6 more... Yeah, it absolutely did. Enterprise was just finding its flow. Enterprise had just found the sweet spot when they killed it dead. And yes, Shran was fucking amazing. Shran, like so many characters before him who have been members of species we haven't really explored yet, like Worf did for the Klingons, like Quark did for the Ferengi, Shran gave us the Andorians as a people in a way that we never got them before, and that we haven't gotten them since. He gave us more flavor on who they were as a culture. That I will never ever get tired of him calling Scott Bakula pink skin. Or his adversarial friendship there towards the end. And I really enjoyed that. They were like battle brothers by the end of that show, and yet he was still just such a dick about it. Because they enjoyed it. Because they liked having their friendship that way. Because theirs was a brotherhood born of strife and battle. Enterprise gave us one of the best glimpses of the the only glimpse the only glimpse of the Proto-Federation we've ever had. And that was exciting. Oh, shit! Got that sub in Painted Ogre, thank you so much. Oh, forgot to let it slip. You can let it slip all you want, man. You don't have to... Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. I know that those sub streaks feel good. I like doing that for my favorite streamers, too. But let me tell you, at no point am I going to be like, oh, such and such stopped subscribing. They stopped subscribing, that bastard. I'm going to call them out. No, I don't need you guys. I appreciate your support. Every time you feel like giving me your support, I thoroughly appreciate it. And if you don't, I mean, that's fine too. You're still welcome here. I still, just being here is way more important to me. That you feel like giving me your company is of greater importance to me. You know, I don't charge my friends to hang out with me. I tried that in high school. It didn't work out. Alright, that's a good first highlight pass. Enterprise also gave us Gary Graham. Okay, no. Okay. Robot Jocks gave us a good amount of Gary Graham. Enterprise gave us Gary Graham as a Vulcan, which was very enjoyable. It also gave us, like, the slutty Vulcan? Am I right? Yeah? The extended episode that was like, oh no, we need to be in the quarantine chamber. It's so sweaty in here and we can't wear clothing. Oh, it's terrible. Oh no. That was some lascivious shit. And then she became all, like, strung out. I actually kind of enjoyed the whole mind meld storyline they did with the Vulcans in Enterprise. It was an interesting look at something that we'd never seen from them before. A sort of almost racism that still existed at the time that the Federation was starting to form. T'Pol was just... Alright, T'Pol was... I don't think it's fair to say that she was Vulcan 7 of 9. She might have been conceived as the Vulcan 7 of 9, but... what's that actress's name? I know her name. T'Pol. I can't remember it. But she's no Jerry Ryan. She just isn't. I imagine Vulcans are pretty freaky in that. I imagine Vulcans are Jolene Blaylock, thank you. I imagine Vulcans are terrifying in the sack. When they get that Pon farr going on, dude, oh my god. I'd be amazed if she didn't just rip that shit right off. Always makes me think of the comic book guy. That one fucking episode of Simpsons where he was, like, part of the leadership council. It's like, we have decided that we will follow the Vulcan mating rituals, and that we will only be able to mate once every 10 years. For some of you, this will mean much less mating. For some of us, much, much more. I watched The Old Guard on Netflix last night, and I was surprised at how good it was. I guess I shouldn't be totally surprised. Most people I know who've watched it have recommended it so far. So I was expecting it to at least be decent, but it was really quite good. Oh my god, these arms are just tedious. Now, it's my understanding it's based on a graphic novel. I'm not familiar with the graphic novel at all. Ha ha ha! Heather has taken over. What's up, Heather? How you doing? You talking about The Old Guard? You didn't like the ending? I didn't hate the ending. The ending was probably among the weakest things in the movie, but it was like, I saw all the developments in the ending coming like a mile away. Particularly the secret revealed bad guy. Like, as soon as they gave you the story of the person who would become the secret revealed sequel bad guy, I was like, oh, this person's gonna be a secret bad guy. Like, it was so fucking obvious. But here's the thing, Painted Ogre. It was contrived. It was extremely contrived. I wasn't expecting anything else from that movie, because the purpose of the entire movie seemed to be, how can we do fight scenes? And they found a number of very good excuses to do it. Contrivance is only a problem for me when a movie is trying to pretend that it's better than it is. And The Old Guard at no point seemed to be pretending anything. It was incredibly unpretentious. It was like, look, this movie is about Charlize Theron doing badass action hero things and some fun fight scenes. And it delivered on that in spades, so I really don't feel like I have any room to complain about it. They answered most of my questions about the powers of immortals, except for one. Except for one. They never answered the question, what happens if you dismember them? That was my burning question throughout the whole movie. I remember early on in the movie, I was like, okay, so what about drowning? Like, what if you sunk one to the bottom of the ocean or something? Like, what would happen? They answered that question. They did not answer what would happen if you chopped them to pieces. And I confess, I was curious. Because that would have been my go-to, you know? If you get them down, hack them to bits and stuff them in some coolers. By the way, if you feel like that's a spoiler, if you haven't seen any of the previews for the Old Guard, it's not. They tell you that right there in the trailers. They're immortals, they die, they come back to life. That's the whole premise of the movie. Either way, I'm on board for a sequel. I'll watch it. I think Charlize Theron has done a great job of turning herself into a female action hero. Between Fury Road, Atomic Blonde, and now the Old Guard, like, shit, yeah, okay, I'm on board. She's done more than that. That's just what I can think of off the top of my head. Recently. Are we talking about Discovery? I didn't, okay, yeah, as far as characters in Discovery go, I did like Stamets. I didn't hate the idea of the mushroom drive. Oh yeah, okay, Aeon Flux, that unfortunately. That did happen. That was early on, man. Did we see that together, Hathrir? Who did I see that with? No. Yeah. I walked the fuck out of Aeon Flux. I couldn't take it. Doing this little hatch mark texture on the inside of these arms because it looks like they're supposed to have kind of a grippy surface on the inside. So I might as well do that. They don't have much else in the way of detail, so... I like Stamets, though. There was a lawsuit about the Spore Drive. It was pretty clear ripoff from an old computer game. Was it? It's one I either didn't play or don't remember. I think one more round. So if I did one more round of highlights on this arm, I feel like it would be right where I want it to be. So I need to do the same on each of them. God, I'm painting segmented things like this. I should have just dry brushed it, but, you know, I didn't, so here we are. My only funny story about Discovery is when I was really pissed off at the first episode. I really was just like, oh my god. I was in one of my moods. You know how I get when I'm like, this is the worst thing that has ever happened to this IP. And everyone involved in it deserves to be dragged out in the street and beaten with a rubber hose. And you know, none of it's true, but I say it anyway. And I was in that mood over Star Trek Discovery's first episode. And I turned to my wife and I remarked, fucking Captain Lorca, like, yeah, this dude seems like he's a fucking captain from the Mirror Universe. Boy, did I feel silly later. Unreleased game called Tardigrades. Posted on Steam in 2014, has been in development since, and is pretty much exactly the system Discovery uses. That's kind of funny. I wonder if they did actually steal it from him, because that's pretty specific. I don't think... At this point, I'm fairly convinced it's not possible for them to make a Star Trek that I'm going to be happy with. It may be accurate to say that I've just decided I'm never going to be happy with anything new from Star Trek. I know people accuse internet nerds of that all the time. I'm starting to think that's just where I am. But, you know, doesn't make it any less true. That's interesting, Datron. I had not actually heard that. Oh fuck, we got caught. Yeah, they did get rid of Ripper kind of suddenly. I hadn't realized that it was related to anything else going on outside of just the production schedule or the writer's room. Am I too much of a grouchy bastard, Hethrier, or let me propose something else. Am I just the right amount? Am I just grouchy and bastardly enough? Ponder that. I'm gonna buck your trend, Rogue, because I fucking hate them both. Fucking hate is a very strong phrase for how I actually feel about either of those properties, but I dislike both of them. And as we know, I never engage in hyperbole. Never. Hate fucking. Thank you, Machine God. Oof. Papa Bear with the 100 bits, waiting for me to 3D print an Irby and paint myself green. Wait, what? oh, I get it. It's a trash can. And then it'd be the Oscar the Grouch with the trash can. No, I get it. I gotcha. I haven't seen Discovery Season 1. Oh, that's part of the trend. People who hate Rogue One hate Discovery. Oh, no, you're right. I read it the opposite way. I'm sorry. Okay, well, in that case, I'm just going to reinforce your theory. Was season... I hadn't heard much about Season 2. All I've heard about Season 2 for Discovery was that everybody liked the dude who played Christopher Pike. I'll admit the idea of the inclusion of Pike as a character intrigued me. Pike is a character who hasn't really gotten much love in Star Trek in general, despite being, you know, the first captain before Kirk. Who ultimately wound up in a fucking iron lung beeping once for no and twice for yes or whatever. I think it was just quiet for a second, Machine God. Yeah, everybody that I've spoken to who has had anything at all to say about Discovery Season 2, what they've had to say has been, yeah, but Pike was great. I've heard people say things like Pike should get his own show. Which, the concept intrigues me. I'm down for an exploration of Pike as long as they do it well, and from the sound of it, they have. So far. I want Star Trek to be good. I really do. I don't want it to suck, as much as I seem to thrive on hating on modern Star Trek. And I do. I do, to a degree, thrive on hating certain things. I thrive on my loathing of the new Star Wars movies and Kathleen Kennedy. I thrive and identify myself somewhat with my loathing of modern Star Trek. I'm not too proud to admit that. We all need something to identify ourselves in this maddening world that strips us of all identity and shoves us into little boxes of fucking belonging. This insane planet where we think that we're a person for most of our lives, and then we realize that we're one of a fucking gajillion. We all have to identify ourselves some way, and that's certainly a way that I have chosen to identify myself. Be that as it may, I don't actually want Star Trek to suck. I would rather identify myself as a Star Trek fan, and I still do, for the most part. I just have to be very particular what Star Trek I'm talking about, that's all.
Do you like sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things.
Some.
And more.
We have it's the cheerleaders, that's what we got. Are they, in fact, doing a Pike show? Well, that's cool, then. It's like, I've said on this stream before, like, I know that I get really, really passionate about my hate of some things, but I look at it this way. And honestly, I would encourage you to ponder this, if you have any sort of, issues with this in yourself. Or you've had someone go, you're just a nerd. You're just a nerd. Give a nerd a hate. It doesn't matter, you stupid nerd. Why do you even care so much? I'll tell you. I'll tell you why I care so much. I am perfectly capable of recognizing the role that these fictional things have in my psyche. The impact that they have had as fictional properties on my imagination. I think that's important. And in this world, in the modern fucking world, with access to the internet and with, political bullshit being what it is, it's so easy to get so angry about so many things. It's so easy to get angry, and it's so easy to stay angry, and there are certainly things out there that are worth being angry over. But I, personally, a lot of the time, I can't handle it. I get too into it. I get too upset. I get too offended. And it reaches a point where it impacts my enjoyment of my life, despite the fact that I can't do anything about it. And that's not healthy. It's not. But there's still a part of being that angry about something, letting myself rage about things, that is cathartic in a way. It's a release. And if that's going to be true, and I think at this point in my life it just is true, I'd rather it be about something that doesn't matter. I'd rather it be about something where all of my hatred for it ultimately culminates in going, yeah, but you do you. Hey, Cat, what's up? Damn it. I have my window wrong. There we go. Buttons.
Hello there.
Ladies and gentlemen, the talented Cat Ion mod extraordinaire. How you doing, Cat? Good to see you. What you been up to? It's important to pick and choose those things about your own life. I can't always control everything that I'm angry about. I can control how I react to things, and I let myself be angry about shit that doesn't matter, because it helps me. So I let myself hate the new Star Wars. I hate it. Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because the worst you can do is have someone go, well, I like it. And you're like, well, okay. I guess that's just how it is.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bat.
You don't want the bat, guys. I've gotten the bat. It's not pleasant. It sounds cute. It's not. It hurts. Well, don't interrupt your sleep for us, cat. You keep on napping. Keep on going with that cat nap if that's what you're into. I didn't do the other claws yet. I kind of forgot about them. I'll get back to them. Is that true, Cat? You haven't missed a single stream? I confess I have not. I haven't been, like, keeping a log. I guess I don't remember any that you've missed. When I think about it. Cat. That's crazy. That's crazy, Cat. Thank you so much for that. Cat Ion has truly been one of the most supportive people of this stream for its entire duration. Cat is another person that I have known. Cat, Hethrier, and Daylight Gamer are the three people in this chat that I have known for the longest time. We grew up in the same town and went to high school together. And Cat has been astonishingly supportive, not just of the stream, but of my mental well-being, even when I'm not streaming. When I'm having a day and I'm like, oh my god, I don't think I can stream today, the person that I go to usually is Cat, and I go, Cat, what am I doing? What am I doing with my life? Who am I? What's happening? And she never hesitates to pick me up. She never hesitates to let me know that, hey man, it's fucking okay. You don't have to be on all the time. You don't have to be perfect. You can take a day off. You can say fuck all this and run away to the hills to live with the squirrels. That's your prerogative. Sometimes I need to be reminded of that, and Cat, I thank you for that. Is Dark Fox who did your emotes? No. My emotes were actually done at... they were done by another streamer and an artist named Babin. And they were a gift from Cat. She had them done in secret and then presented them to me. And Babin is actually the one who is working on my new emotes, which will hopefully be done fairly soon. I know she has a long log, but she's going to be working on some of them on stream here pretty soon. Project Dark Fox, you are not an emergency. No. You are part of the mod team and have also been incredibly fucking supportive and remarkably helpful. Dark Fox, don't sell yourself short, man. Okay, yeah, that is technically true. You did come on as an emergency mod. Well, maybe not emergency. Let's use the phrase supplementary. I'm still amazed that I have two people who not only want to mod for me, but are willing to put in all the effort that you two do. frankly, I don't deserve it. There are people who have much longer running, much better produced streams than I do, who do not have as devoted a mod team as I do. I consider myself incredibly lucky to have Cat and Fox both. I rarely find myself in a stream with no mod support whatsoever, and that is uncommon on Twitch. It is unusual for a streamer to have as much support as I have had, and I recognize that, and I am thankful for it. And by the way, if any of you fine people in chat are not following both Project Dark Fox and Cat Ion, you should know that they each stream sometimes. Cat streams gaming, and Dark Fox has streamed art a number of times, and they are definitely worth giving a follow for one of the occasions that you might catch them online. I think these arms are looking pretty decent. They need one more round of bright highlight. A real sharp contrasting highlight, and they're going to get that on most of the edges. But I'm pretty pleased with how these warm grays are coming together from Pro Acryl. I think for 3 hours spent bullshitting about Star Trek, for the most part, this is some pretty decent progress on old Doc Ock. Now the yellow needs another round of highlights. The arms need another quick round of real bright highlights. I need to do the glow effects inside the opened claws on his little girdle that he's wearing there, his man girdle. And I think right here in the middle of where the arms all come together. And then I need to do his face. But this is the majority of the work on Doc Ock has been done here. This is, I think, conservatively 80%. But, you know, this is what we've gotten done today, on today's stream. I may get a little bit more work done on him late tonight after I get a few more things done. I think he's looking fairly comic booky. I've seen some people who have gone, like, really hardcore comic booky on these paint jobs. Almost going for, like, a cel-shaded look. I don't have the intestinal fortitude to attempt something. Like, I could, but again, I'm really trying to limit myself on these because these are for a friend, and technically I should have sent these back to him a few months ago, but I've been taking advantage of the COVID situation and the fact that he can't get out for games and just taking my sweet fucking time. Just taking my sweet time. I still feel like, of the ones that we've done here on stream, though, Captain America is my favorite. I'm looking forward to getting this whole set finished, though, so I can put them all together for a group shot. I think they're going to look good with the bright colors that we've been using. That is America's ass. Right there. Look at that. Oh, thank you, Rio. Yeah, I was pretty pleased with how this effect on the shield came out. I haven't done a lot of non-metallic metal effects, and this is like a real NMM light. It's like a real basic, simple, sort of a polished metal shine going across it. And I think that I could push this, do a couple supplementary lines on it, but I think that just this one is pretty good. And like I said, I'm trying to limit myself on these. If I were going crazy, I would just sit here and paint and paint and paint and paint and paint and like never get it done. But I'm doing these for a friend. I want him to have them on his table. And when he sent them to me, he just said, do a tabletop quality paint job. But, you know, I like him more than that. I want him to have figures that he can be proud of. So this is my tabletop quality for his sake.
Look, I'm not saying Thunderhead's trying to brush you off, but you're just base coat, man.
Just base coat, man. And see this bright highlight on the shield, just on the edges there, that's what I'm going to try to hit on the arms here. I think it's just one last round of quick highlights, real narrow, mostly focused on the edges and with a couple of textured hash marks going down the segments, and I think we'll get a very similar effect. And see, if you look at them from the front, you get a lot more shadow on it, too. Also from the side. Or from the back, even. Really get a lot of shadow everywhere but from directly above, which I guess, you know, when I say it out loud, that makes a lot of sense. That you wouldn't have. You wouldn't have any shadows from directly above, because that's not how light or the sun works. Three minutes until the storm report closes down. If you want to get your submissions in, now is the time to do it. And God knows, folk, I would love it if you felt like participating in the storm report tonight. Very curious to see what y'all have been working on for the last couple of days. I'll tell you of the ones that we've worked on. The first one, let's talk about the ones I don't like. From Marvel Crisis Protocol for a second. Talk about the one that I'm not looking forward to painting, like, at all. That's Captain Marvel. It's not that she has a bad model, it's that I just don't give a shit about her as a character in any way, shape, or form. Maybe I'm a misogynist. I don't know. It's possible, I suppose. Not a big fan, not looking forward to painting her, will get it done. Of the paint jobs we've done, I think these two are my least favorites at this point. Red Skull and Crossbones. Crossbones was the first one I did, and I did a lot of dry brushing on him, and I got pretty lazy with him. I think he came out okay. I think he works. I think he could be a whole hell of a lot better, but, you know, it is what it is. What's up, Dave's Mini Art? How's it going, my man? Good to see you. Red Skull... Red Skull is a good example of this paint job. I realized some things immediately after finishing it. You sure can if you want to, Rogue. For your CSO submissions. This is a good example of a mini where I finished painting it and I immediately understood what I had done wrong. And if I could go back and do Red Skull, and God knows I might, I would have focused on color, temperature a lot more on his jacket. Because the Tesseract is blue. It's blue. It's blue. It's a cool color. There's no way around that. And you kind of want to do some OSL on it because it's supposed to glow. But if you want to have that OSL, that cool OSL, you kind of have to make his coat warm in order to contrast. And I didn't. I made it cool. The only warmth on him is in the gold and then in his head. And I'm not really happy with where I landed with him, but I'm not going to go back and redo him. Just finished Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier's a very nice model. It's not one that I have in the set that I'm doing right now. Dave's Mini Art, do you have a photo? Did you take a picture of the one you just finished? I'm very pleased with Cap, though. That wasn't the one I was going to pick up. I just wasn't thinking. I'm not super happy with Spider-Man. This is another one where I look at it and I'm like, I can see what I would have done differently on him already. I think my colors are good for the most part, but I should deepen the shadows between the transitions on the colors, and I could have done more with his eyes, and in general with the black portions. I think they need brighter highlights to really pop. But I'm not super happy with this paint job. And it hurts me because Spider-Man is one of my favorite characters in the Marvel Universe. Like, I love Spider-Man. Spider-Man is one of my go-to characters, and I don't feel like I did him justice here. But, you know, it is what it is at this point. Dave's Mini Art, that is fantastic. You know what, I'm going to ask you to do me a favor, if you feel like doing it. We have a bit at the end of every stream that we are about to begin called the Storm Report, where people, the viewers and members of the community can post pictures of what you guys have been working on over the course of the week. And in a lot of cases, other streamers will come in and participate as well. And we go over the pictures and we take a look at them and we'll have a little bit of discussion, usually. And we'll kind of talk about what works and maybe what... I try not to focus on what doesn't work. I try to pick out the best parts. But it's a good way for us to all kind of keep up on what everybody's working on and everybody to share as part of that in the stream. And I would love it. I would love it. Don't feel like you have to, even though I'm putting a lot of pressure on you. But I'd love it if you felt like posting that picture over in the Storm Report so that we could take a look at it, since we've been painting Marvel Crisis Protocol here today. Now, technically the submissions for the Storm Report closed, I think just a few seconds ago. But Dark Fox and Cat, I would appreciate it if Dave feels like participating. I'd appreciate it if you go ahead and let him get his submission in. And it's really, really easy to do. all you've got to do is go over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can access by hitting !Discord or by going to the button below the stream and clicking on it. Go into the channel marked The Storm Report and go ahead and post. You can do up to 2 pictures.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studio.
This is an important
The
rule.
only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have
Please don't
fun,
show me your genitals.
be safe, and above all,
That's my only request. For the love of God. We're on the internet. I'm asking people to show me pictures, and I'm saying, please share anything that you've got. Just not your dick. That's my only request. I think we can probably stick with that, though. And please feel free to post a link to your Instagram in the Showcase channel. You don't have to stick around in the Discord if you don't want to. You can join, post a pic, and leave if that's just where we do the Storm Report. And Penis Land Warrior, thank you so much for that sub. That's what happened, right? I think I missed it just a minute ago. And just remember, there it is. 7-month streak. How has this been going on for 7 months? My God. Penis Land Warrior. A warrior in a land where their primary cultural focus is dicks. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it makes more sense to you than it does to me. I'm going to take just a minute while you do that, Dave, and finish going over these Marvel Crisis Protocol figures just because I feel like reminiscing about them for a brief moment. Here's Baron Zemo, and I'm actually pretty happy. I'm actually pretty happy with how Baron Zemo turned out. I'm not super happy with his sword blade. I did it really, really quickly. And I don't have much experience with non-metallic metal. I just don't do it very often. I think the sword hilt came out pretty good. I think his belt buckle and I think the crown on his goofy pink head came out pretty good. But, I'm not happy with the sword blade. The rest of them, I think, actually worked out well. I like the shearling on his jacket. I like the way his boots came out. I think I did a good job with the color temperatures on this one, if I may. Pat myself on the back for just a second. I feel like the color temperature worked out really well between his coat, the shearling, his pants, and his boots. And I think that's fairly important. If I were being smarter, I might have done more warmth on his base, but I did the bases all very quickly, and I don't want to spend too much time focusing on them. But I am happy with him, and I'm pretty stoked on how Black Widow turned out. I think hers is one of the... Okay, it does look a little bit like she put her lipstick on in a moving car. And actually, now that I'm looking at it, I might go back and correct that. But the rest of her face, I think, came out good, and it's some of the better red hair I've done. That doesn't sound like much, because I'm not very good at doing red hair, or hair at all. But of the red hair I've done, I feel pretty good about hers. All in all, Marvel Crisis Protocol has been a pleasure to paint so far. After Doctor Octopus, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 figures to paint. We have Captain Marvel, Iron Man, Ultron, the Hulk, and MODOK. And I'm saving the Hulk and MODOK kind of for last, because I feel like they're going to be a lot of fun. You know? And then I can get these out to my boy Jack, and he can actually play the game. And won't that be something? Won't that be something? Excellent. I'm glad to hear that, Dave's mini art. Ha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. With no further ado, we should consult. We should consult with Kat, because I think she knows what time it is.
Alright, locusts and gentlemex, get ready to feast your eyes on glurp paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
No culinary atrocities. Come on. We can do better than that. As I say that, I look at the first entry in the Storm Report. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Speaking of culinary atrocities, that's the one that Dale did, isn't it? That's the one from Wonder Gecko. That's no taco. That's no taco. Oh, Penis Land Warrior with the gift sub. Going out to Aeon Drummond. Thank you so much for that. Aeon is not going to have to watch commercials, and that always makes me happy. Nobody should have to watch commercials. I know they kick me a few cents every time you do, but they're fucking stupid. A hot dog is not a taco. Hot dogs are not tacos. Look. We've been over this. Okay, we've been over this in this stream. In this instance of this stream. Hot dogs aren't tacos. Alright? I'm not even gonna have this conversation with you. He did ketchup and mustard. I'll have to look at the ones that he has actually painted because this is fun. Dale and I have actually been talking a lot lately about 3D design because I really like the work that he does, and about oil painting, because this dude does some of the best Battletech mech sculpts and some of the best Battletech painting, I think, that anyone does. I don't even think it's unfair to say that Dale is one of the best painters working on Battletech right now. I don't know that he does much other painting other than Battletech, and I know that if you were to ask him, he would say he's one of the laziest He's one of the laziest Battletech painters. That's what he would tell you. He'll show you a picture of a Marauder that looks amazing, and he'll go, I worked on that for 30 minutes. I just cheated everything. He's one of those who doesn't realize that the more you work on being an artist, the more you collect shortcuts and methods inside your head. That's called skill? That's what that is. When you learn all the shortcuts, when you learn all the funny little methods, when you learn all the cheats, that's called having skill. And the acquisition of those tricks is called practicing. I don't know how to get that through his fucking head. But it is absolutely the truth. Vitors, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the Storm Chasers, and welcome to this very confusing picture of an Oscar Steiner wiener. Doesn't matter if it's lazy, what matters is you like it and think it looks good. I agree that is truly what matters, but I think it's also important to recognize that having a lot of tips and tricks to work with doesn't make you lazy. And the time that you spent acquiring those tips and tricks and shortcuts, that wasn't lazy, that was work. It doesn't just happen. Put Decker in that mech and maybe he'll live longer. Oh, poor Decker. Poor Decker. Oh, Coral, I don't think I've said hi to you yet today. Oh, Coral, how you doing? How are things? And no, hot dogs are not tacos. This is just one of many things that you're wrong about. Including the idea that Annihilators are good mechs that people should paint. That's fucking ridiculous. Let's move on. Thank you for sharing that with us. Machine God, here we have from Nanotanks. Just, why would you do this? Why? First of all, why do you live in Australia at all? That continent doesn't want people on it. It's trying to kill you. All the time. Kursala, I would say that hot dogs are sandwiches of a sort. Of a sort. Thanks, I hate it. Jesus Christ, you're trying to give me nightmares, Nanotanks. Oh, it's not poisonous. It's not poisonous. No, that makes it better. Because obviously whether or not it's poisonous is what I'm fretting about, not the fact that it's a horrific eight-legged fucking monstrosity. An obscenity against nature. Whose every move creeps me the fuck out. It's not poisonous. That doesn't improve anything. Yeah, Datron Voltari, he knows that I had to go and make it bigger. Hot dogs are hot dogs, end of story. I would argue that hot dogs are a form of sandwich. Not every sandwich is a hot dog, but every hot dog is a sandwich. This is why I don't go to your continent at all, Nanotanks. Okay, that's fair to say, Dave's mini art. Everything is relative. And I have lived in places with much larger spiders than this. And I'll tell you what, I hated them too. Anything bigger than a quarter, and it sets off like a deep, instinctual loathing in me that just makes me want to smash and smash and smash over and over again. Now, there's a point at which spiders reach a certain small size, and they become adorable. And I appreciate what spiders do for me in that they eat other bugs that I don't want around at all. but we have a deal, Spiders and I. I don't see them, and they get to live. It's very simple. You freed it to the outside. That is better. That is better. I'm not proud of the fact that I end the lives of living beings out of a feeling of revulsion and loathing. I'm not proud of that. I think it's a weakness in my character, but I don't have much control over it. How do you feel about jumping spiders? Most of them are so damn small that they're just kind of adorable, honestly, Kursala. Big spiders that jump though, no, I'll die. I'll just have a goddamn heart attack. Cyber Knight knows what's up. I say we take off, nuke the entire site from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. And of course, Corporal Hicks has authority. I was 355,000.1 thousand words prior to Sunday evening storm report. It's not even 6 a.m. on Tuesday at 358.3K. Have been on a bit of a creative kick lately. I'm glad to hear it, Samare. Well, there's plenty of editing needed pretty much everywhere. I'm really happy to report, I believe, of the 6 historical organization profile articles, only 2 or 3 more need more content ripping up. Only 1 of the 4 planetary profiles may need more content added. Most importantly, only 6 of the 111 technical readout articles are awaiting additional content. All 6 short stories are in the final review and editing stages, as are the 4 local fauna articles. The central narrative event itself, Operation Lancaster, you might have heard of it. It's the name of the TRO. As it stands, is undergoing review by a few trusted peers, Thunderhead and Cat included. They don't listen to what I say. Don't listen to Samare and convince yourself that I have any real say in how Operation Lancaster is going. I read parts of it and I go, that's cool, that's dumb, and maybe a word or two changes. I don't come on. I'm not contributing. And while I do have hopes it will be good enough to enter the editing stage properly, I'd rather know for sure that it's not crap before letting many more see it. It's not crap. Let me assure you, it's not crap. Even as it is, it's not crap. It's the opposite of crap. What's the opposite of crap? You're like, park. Right? Yeah. Especially after all the effort that has gone into this, Operation Lancaster marches on. That's a lot of words. That's very wordy. Holy shit. It's an impressive document. Like I said, it's bigger than essentially any other TRO. It's the, that's dumb parts that I'm wanting to know. Well, I'm good at pointing those out at the very least, huh? Hey, WJ. No, WJ, I forbid you to feel... There are things in this world, there are things in your life that are worthy of you feeling bad about, and this is not one of them. Get that shit out of here. Feel fucking good, man. You deserve it. And besides, it's all on VOD. Weeks doing nothing and procrastinating. Weeks not doing nothing. Recharging the creative batteries. Sometimes that's what you need. You can't put a timer on it, man. Sometimes it's going to take weeks. Sometimes it could take months. It has in the past taken years. I'll tell you what doesn't recharge them faster is beating yourself up over it. So stop it. And here from Samare. And what the hell, why not? While I'm here, here's something more visually interesting. A Thunderhead exclusive preview of Operation Lancaster, and something that will get people's jollies, I mean, my jollies are getting off right now, for their bingo cards in terms of that Matt Plog are, oh, I see. Oh, yes, I see. Okay. I present to you the Quake Tank Destroyer BC-1 variant, in this case, 60 tons of fuck you, toting a whacking great PPC and an LRM-15, as well as defensive machine guns all around. We got PPCs, we got LRM-15s, we got defensive machine guns, we got knives, sharp sticks, and plenty more going on under the armored skin. I'm not gonna do it. You know, I think Matt Plog is a talentless hack. He's a shitty artist. Just terrible. Look at the shading. Look at the satisfying chunky shapes. You know? Look at this excellent 3/4 angle. It's just garbage. It's just trash. I wouldn't wipe my ass with this PPC. Well, no, I probably wouldn't, because that seems like that'd be dangerous, actually, as soon as I say it. Matt Plog is a great artist. Yes. What's up, Core Knight? How you doing? Good to see you. Really, though, thank you for sharing that. This really is a fantastic piece of art. It lends so much character to the model. Thank you for sharing that with us, Samar. Yeah, it is a gorgeous, gorgeous looking tank. Got that low hull tank killer look to it. Cornite chasing the storm. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. And moving down here, we have some Cyber Knight. Nothing really happening over here. That's not just packing boxes. So I have some better pics of my Warmahorde stuff from 10 plus years ago. Menoth stuff is actually my friends, though. That's okay. Only losers play Menoth. The only person I know who plays Menoth is a big fucking dork who doesn't like avocado. For 10 years ago, man. Shit. That's pretty good work. I don't know much about the factions of Wormhordes. I'm under the impression these are pretty much canon paint schemes, though. Really, Firestarter? Shit. Well, we'll celebrate that when we get to it. If we get to it. Assuming. Cornite is your man, is he? Well, that's exciting. Any friend of Project Dark Fox is probably a friend of mine. I mean, I assume. That's a nice looking collection you got there, Cyber. It's good to see it up close, because we only got some far out shots of the display cabinet before. I like the gold on these guys. It really makes them pop amidst the sea of blue. These guys all have a little bit of gold and brass on them, but this right here really jumps out. I love the kind of Wild Rider red that you have as the trim on these, like, Soviet steampunk assholes up here. And look, yeah, you've got that same sort of Wild Rider, almost orange red, back here on all their big, chunky mechs. Nice work. And then here we have, these are the Menoth guys. The psycho-religious, we crucify you in the middle of battle dudes. And, okay, I recognize this faction only because I did very briefly play Hordes. And when I played Hordes, it was, I can't remember the name of the faction now. I recognize them, though. What are they called? They're all spawns of some fucking evil dragon dude. Can't remember now. Legion of Everblight. Thank you. I like them mostly because I really like the color palette that the canon paint schemes are done in. Lots of real cool, pale colors. Lavenders and sort of livid blue-whites. Really, really neat stuff. Nice paint jobs. And from Hathaway, we have some Asian pork tacos with dynamite sauce and kimchi. See, this is getting to the point where I'm like, maybe that's not a taco. Like, it's a taco. It's a taco. It's a taco. I'll allow it. But wow. That's quite a departure. That is quite a departure. That said, it sounds fucking delicious. I'm not even a big kimchi guy. But I didn't say it wasn't a taco, Hethrir. I said it almost wasn't a taco. Asian orc taco. That sounds disgusting. Not to say that I wouldn't eat a mushroom taco, because that actually does sound good as soon as I say it out loud. But I'm all about that fungus. Just not the orc fungus. Hathir, thank you for sharing with us on Taco Tuesday. From Project Dark Fox, we have finished the t-shirt design commissioned by Carbonic Acid. Pretty pleased with the final result. Minor issues aside. Override engaged. A Battletech community. Ooh, this is delightful. It looks like you've changed the arms a little bit. It looks like maybe did you cock his elbows out slightly? Because I'm getting less of the hip thrust. I'm getting less of the humping the camera look this time. Maybe it's the flames around him. I love the light source coming from apparently behind and up top so that his whole front is just deep shadow. That's very cool. And the glowing eyes. And spread the legs a bit. Okay, yeah. No, this is excellent. These t-shirts are going to look badass, and I hope we get to see some of them ourselves. Yeah, he looks more like he's charging up and less like he's going to hump my face now. Which is good, because that's the one thing I don't need from an Atlas. Very, very nice work, Dark Fox. By the way, I think, Dark Fox, you're still accepting sketch commissions right now, aren't you? People should know. If you're looking for a sketch of something, particularly something to do with Battletech, you should absolutely check out Dark Fox's channel on the Discord. They do fan-fucking-tastic work. Shade the mouth a little so it looks like it's open. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Like a little darker? A little darker here? I can see how that might lend a little something to it. Halfway expecting a middle finger extended version of that shit. Well, Dark Fox is not Cyber Knight. So you might not get it. It won't have any magnets in it either, as far as I know. From Roland, Tacos del Sol, a Mexican-Korean fusion food truck near me. Kimchi and bulgogi beef taco. Now it's interesting, because these are very similarly inspired tacos. Damn, that does look good. I never thought of putting bulgogi into a tortilla. I mean, that's probably why I'm not running a Korean Mexican fusion food truck. I mean, that among many, many other reasons, to be fair. That looks fucking delicious, though. Alright, this is gonna do something. I'm gonna have to go find some fucking Korean tacos and try them out. I like tacos. I like tacos of all descriptions. I even like crazy Asian fusion tacos for the most part. As they should be. Yeah, they look like they'd be a good, palmful. I'm into that. Nice, thank you for sharing. And from some... What the... when you buy a product and there's a warning label on it and it says something like, do not fold carriage with baby inside, or do not use hand drill as dental drill, right? You know that on some level that exists because someone did it. Rules and warnings are reactive for the most part. At least the best rules tend to be reactive. It's hard to be proactive when forbidding action. Those are the actions of tyrants, of dictators, of fascists. And I am not any of those things. I am not a tyrant. This is not a fascist stream. So, I try not to be too proactive when I forbid things. But, this cannot happen again. This is unacceptable. So congratulations, Samir. There is now going to be a rule for Taco Tuesday. The first... Maybe not the first. No, technically we do have one rule for Taco Tuesday. This will be the second rule for Taco Tuesday. So, that's... That's something. Congratulations. And here we have from Roland some Cherry Glider Cider. Ooh. Colorado Cider Company. That sounds delicious. A balanced cider enhanced with cherries, not overpowered by them. That sounds good. And it's apparently from up here. I'm gonna have to find some of this. Good find, Roland. On the taco front, green onion cake taco. Nom, nom, nom. Found out about these guys a few years ago because BioWare brought them into their old building. I think this one was the Korean barbecue beef one. Why isn't everybody doing Korean tacos today? What's going on? Sorry for bad photo. Had to kind of deal with getting through a line of 40 BioWare employees or more in order to make it back to my truck. Was it Shepard's favorite taco on the Citadel? Rapscallions is a local food truck. They're hoping to come back next year. It does look good. It looks sloppy. I like a good sloppy taco. Anyway. Yes. I mean, that just looks delicious. What are you doing today, Roland? Are you using all your submissions on... No, actually, I guess I remember. You didn't have anything to submit, so we just got interesting food, right? Yeah. This does look delightful. Coconutty. What is our base layer there? Is that like a dense lemon cake? Oh, this is a tres leches cake. Oh, okay. So we've got some cake down here that is just soaked with dairy. Ultimately, I'm used to my tres leches looking a little bit sloppier, I confess. What's up, man, Rufasal? It's good to see you. Alex Delicious, thank you for sharing. Roland, here we have from SP Firestarter some progress on the Marines. Happy with how they're coming. It looks like you've done a little bit of cleanup on their chevrons and such. You've chosen an interesting color scheme. It looks like you've done some mods here, and that you tried to shave the eagle off the front. That's tricky to do without getting in there and sanding. I would recommend, see these little spots where there's just like a little low spot and you tend to have your darkest colors kind of getting in there. Go ahead and put a real thick application just in that spot of your base tone, and that will sort of help to even that out. Well, White Wolf, we don't pronounce things properly here. If I don't pronounce anything properly, then no one can ever accuse me of getting anything wrong. It's a genius tactic, if I may say so myself. Originally meant to be Legion of the Damned. I like the direction you're taking them in. I love the combination of the sort of terracotta with the green, and this orange-yellow that you have here on the helmet is very interesting. Either way, keep working on it, man. I look forward to seeing the rest of the squad come together. Here we have them from behind. Yeah. Now, how many... If you want some tips on paint application sometime, Firestarter, I think we could probably help you out with that. Because it looks like the paint has gone on just a little... I don't know if it's that you've done it really, really thin and not a lot of it, or if you're putting on... It doesn't look like you have the one thick coat problem. But I think that in the case of each of these base coats, each one of these would benefit from 1 to 2 more thin applications of your base tone. That would be all that you'd need to do to take some of this streakiness out of it and just make it a nice, smooth tone. And don't be afraid of losing some of these. Like, if you've got a really thin paint, you can put a lot of it on. Just slap it right on there. You're not going to lose these details. It might even look like you do when you put down the paint the first time. They'll come right back. That paint will dry real thin. Almost all of that medium in there, which is usually water, will just evaporate right out.
You could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
You can.
It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines.
You can glorb the paint right. In fact, you should glorb when you're doing a base coat like this. And see, here's an interesting thing too. Because you have also used this sort of bronzy, brass color, what you can do is you can lay a couple of good thin layers. Just keep layering on your base coat until it's a nice, solid color. Until the streakiness goes away. And then you can use the same wash across all of the gold parts and the red parts. You can use a warm wash, like if you're using Games Workshop or Citadel, you can use Agrax Earthshade or, what is it, Griffon Sepia? What is their yellow one now? I say Griffon Sepia because the last time I bought washes from Games Workshop is when they very first came out, and that's what it was called. I still have some of those old... Man, those were the days. You only have their green and their black. Seraphim Sepia is what it's called now. Or Reichland Flesh. That almost might be a better choice. So, Firestarter, I don't know if you want to acquire any more products of theirs. And you may not. But if you were going to, if you find yourself in an FLGS, I think Reichland Flesh Shade would actually be really good for it because it's a little red. And I think red would help both of these colors. But yeah, get a good solid base coat on there. And then hit it with a warm shade. You have their green and their black. Army Painter Flesh Wash has red it. Yeah, those are what I use. If I were going to do that with Army Painter, I would either do their mid-brown or I would do their flesh tone. I really like Army Painter washes, and I strongly recommend people use them. But no, these are actually perfect models to learn on, Firestarter. And yeah, try thickening up that base coat and take a few more pictures and see if you don't like the result better. Because I'll tell you, learning to do a good base coat is... It seems so basic, and I mean, yeah, it's a base coat. I mean, it's right there in the name. And it's something that so many people seem to have a grasp on, but it takes practice. It takes practice, but I think that you'll find it enhances everything else that you do on these models. Your color choices are fantastic. So I think if you get your base coats down
Look,
and
I'm
you
not
keep up
saying Thunderhead's
with
trying to brush you off, but you're just base coat.
just
man.
base coat, man. Just base coat. If you keep up with the creative direction you're going and you just improve your base coating technique a little bit, I think these Marines will look fucking fantastic and you will be incredibly pleased with the outcome. Also an attempt at dry brushing the base coat on too, but like you said, learning. So I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't try dry brushing a base coat on. Your base coat you want to be thick and fairly solid. But if you did your base coat dark and then dry brushed on a lighter tone, now you're talking. Now you're talking. Are there Spaceball models? I think there actually are. I swear to God, I've seen Lone Star and Barf and Dot Matrix models at the very least. They might have been 3D prints. Nice work though, Firestarter, and thank you so much for sharing with us. As always, I love seeing your work come along. From Hootie Hoo, some RE0 fan art as I was working on for my stream earlier. I'm not familiar with the source of this. I will say this is some very, very clean work. Really nice work on the and you're gonna have to. I'm not a 2D artist, so I know that I don't have the right phrasing for many of these things. But the depth of field that you have as the fabric moves back behind him, that really jumps out at me. Hi, I'm a big fart. A big fart. I'm a big fart. I talk good. I know my English words. Big fan of anime and fantasy. Oh yeah, you'll fit right in here, man. We talk about anime a lot. Admittedly, mostly mecha anime. But, you know, if it involves robots, I'm generally into it. I'm into some other anime. I'm into Attack on Titan, which you could argue is also mecha anime. And I think you wouldn't be wrong. That's probably why I like it. You don't have to clip that. That's not necessary. Really high quality stuff though, man. Lots of good attitude. Really like the way you've done the folds in the cloth. It really, really comes apart. Nothing about this seems flat. Very nice work. I'm gonna have to give you a follow, Hootie Hoo. Thank you so much for sharing. My fantasy race of tiny people called the Teensy. I appreciate the irony that they then use weapons that are larger than their bodies. Also, this chick's hair is out of control. Look at that. She's got like a little bit of a Bride of Frankenstein shock going through there. Really nicely done. Great shading. Interesting kind of ruddy to orange flesh tones. I like the blue hair on this one here. These fucking abs. Whew, shit. You know, it probably isn't hard to build abs when you're teeny tiny. You know, you don't have to do that much work when you're just trying to build itty-bitty abs. Yeah, Samara. I know, Samara. Eventually, Samara's just going to be like, fuck you, Thunderhead, you never listen to me. Damn it. No, this is really nice work. I like your posing. I like the depth that you get here. And I like anybody who includes a classic Claymore. Nicely done, Hootie Hoo. And thank you very, very much for sharing. And yes, that's an important note from Project Dark Fox. This channel does get cycled every night. I would encourage you to post these over in Showcase as well so that other people can take a look at them. I only really do digital illustration, but I wanted to show. Absolutely. We accept art of all kinds. I'm a firm believer that in order to be a creative, you have to consume a certain amount of creativity. If you are not taking in other people's work, then you're not really going to grow as an artist. And so I always appreciate when people feel like sharing with us here. Oh, from Machine God, a Donegal Guard, Star Slayer. Star Slayer! You have failed me for the last time, Star Slayer. I know, that'd be Starscream, but that's not the joke, so, you know. We're going with Star Slayer. Just deal with it, okay? Just deal with it. That's a nice blue you've got on there. Well, you weren't painting this one last time on stream, were you? You were painting Donegal Guards, but you were painting something else. It was an archer. You were painting one of those Strato archers. Or maybe I just missed you were working on that. You must have been working on both. I caught you when you were working on the archer. Yeah. Either way, it's a wonderful desaturated blue that you've got here. You've got some nice edge highlights. I love the basing. It's interesting. It frames the mini well. This is a case where I might be tempted to come in and snip my my tufts A little bit. Just because Tufts, man, they can throw off the scale in a weird way. Honestly, Rogue, photos do justice to minis. I feel like there's a Goldilocks zone where a photo does perfect justice to a mini and no one ever lands there. It's either the photo doesn't do it justice, or they've learned how to take photos of minis and it wildly exaggerates how good it looks. And that's something that you're going to find with a lot of miniature artists out there who you've only ever seen photos of their work on, like, Instagram. Many of those photos, like, if you saw it in real life, you'd be like, whoa, it's not that vivid. And no, because it's not. It's because they know how to use contrast, and they know how to up their saturation, and they know how to frame properly. Photography is all tricks. Photography is 100% tricks. But really, this is a fantastic bit of painting. I like the cool grays you have. They're around the wrist, at your elbow, for your little undercarriage. I always call it the undercarriage parts. It's not really the undercarriage, but, you know, the working bits. Tricks and filters. That is the Truth Dave's mini art. Thank you very much for sharing with us, Machine God. And again, if you are not following Machine God and you enjoy... Watch... Oh, that's gunmetal? Oh, okay. Just came off a little bit flat in the photo. It's hard to get metallic paints in photos without that little bit of movement. You know, that's their strength. Metallic paint's strength is in person. Just like non-metallic metal, their strength is in photography. That's kind of why I prefer true metallic metal, is because I prefer my minis to look better in person. That, and I suck at non-metallic metal, so I had to come up with an excuse.
And so I painted on some metallics. Bitches love metallics.
It's important to remember the bitches do love the metallics. They're all about the metallics. Oh, and Carbonic Acid was kind enough to take some close-ups for me, as I requested close-up of the Grasshopper. So, of all the MechWarrior Online sculpts, and I know I complain sometimes about the PGI MWO sculpts, I love the Grasshopper. I think they did a fantastic job with it, all the way down to maintaining... You see, it has the little mandibles. It has these two little mandibles right under its face there. That makes it look like a grasshopper. I love that they kept that. All in all, I think they did a great job on the Grasshopper, and I love this color scheme on it. It's wild. It's wild, and I love the dirt, the mud on his feet. Really nicely done. And then we have this here, Blackjack. Is this another Sylogy he did the posing on this? Blackjack is so classic. Blackjack is, it's the Ford Model T of battle mechs. You know? And I know that this seems to go against what I usually say about my favorite mechs. I like the humanoid ones. I like the ones that look like people. I like the ones that have more attitude in the pose of their abdomens and their arms and their shoulders, but it is made by GM, Roland, but, you know, if GM made the Model T, then I would have said that. But it's more the role that it fills. Yeah, okay, Rogue, I think that's more accurate. The Mackie would be the Model T. Well, would that be accurate? Because the Mackie was just the first. And the Model T wasn't technically the first, so much as it was just the first consumer model, the first model that was ever going to work for mass production. So yeah, I don't think the Mackie fills that at all. The Mackie would be rare and phased out relatively quickly. It was the first Ford, but it wasn't the first car. And I didn't say that it's the Ford Model T of GM Battle Mechs, I said it's the Ford Model T of Battle Mechs in general. And even that is probably wildly inaccurate. I just said it as an offhand remark, and now we're talking way too much about the particulars of this metaphor to the point that it doesn't make any sense. It's ruined. It's over. It's spent. Okay, fine. Fine, you can have your Mackies. Fucking Assault Mech fans, I swear. I swear. Really nice work there, Carbonic Acid. Thank you for getting those up-close photos for me. I love seeing the details on them. That paint job, that Cusco paint job is just... Ooh, it's hot. And from Datron Voltari, oh lord, what have we here? I finally seem to have gotten my support issues figured out, printed out one of my favorite figures, Velrock's Werewolf from Thingiverse. Velrock is a very talented digital sculptor, and puts out a lot of his commissioned work on Thingiverse. If you haven't checked out Velrock, I strongly recommend it. Buddy wanted it for his next campaign, but complained that naked werewolves that aren't anatomically correct is dumb. He should have known not to challenge me, because not only is she now anatomically correct, But I have a Dong Wolf at 27% on my printer. Datron. Never change, Datron Voltari. Never change. That is a very nice print. Looks like the details came together really, really well. And yeah, no visible support issues. Really, really fine details. I particularly like this angle that you got on the claw so you can see the fingernail and the sort of crook there. That really, really sells just how fine the details are on this print whilst not being able to make out a lot of it just because, man, taking pictures of resin is real fucking hard. Great looking print, though. Thank you for sharing, Datron Voltari. Here we have from Vergaderung version 2 of the Rivers printed up. Version 1 is in the middle. Flatter rocks, shorter layers. Think I'm going to start my stream painting them. Ooh, so that's going to be on after this. That's very exciting. I look forward to that. Yeah, I see what you mean. You flattened out the tops of them. I think that was a good move. Take off a little bit of the sort of the elevation map effect that you get on this. I'm gonna have to tune in and check that out. These are really, really well done. And of course, it's right in line with my usual design aesthetic for Hex stuff, so it's like, I dig it. I'm gonna wind up printing some of these out. I hope you're gonna do some turns and some lakes and stuff too for me, Verg. I sure hope I see that. Very, very nice. I love 3D printed terrain, you guys. That might be obvious by now, but I do. Haven't done anything interesting in the last few days, so here's a few batches of flocking turf. Got some almost black for a volcanic scene, and some gray-orange to mix into the previous batch of moon dust. I told you, if you're not using real moon dust, like, what's the point, man? Like, what even is the point? I'm interested to see how this project ultimately turns out. Because I need to do some batches of my own flocking and stop buying everything from, like, Woodland Scenics and shit. So yeah, I'm very interested to see how this turns out. Aeon Drummond, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Nice colors, though. Volcanic. I'm interested in seeing what you're doing that's going to have a volcanic base. Cheaper for commissions. That's smart. If you're going to be doing a lot of it in particular. And, of course, you want it to be, you know, uniform across them. And from White Wolf, still drying, but seal the pigment after putting a few more colors in. Ooh, I think that paid off. It looks like you got a little bit more warmth mixed in here. Some almost reddish pigments in just a few spots to kind of add some diversity. I think this was a good move, White Wolf. It was difficult to say what direction to move in after seeing the last pictures, but this, I think, is paying off in a big way. It has added, it's a simple step, it's very, very small, but I think it's added a lot of visual interest to the bases, and often that last step, that last push, that's going to give something depth and interest, it's something small. It's some little thing that maybe you just haven't thought of, and I find that 90% of the time, for me, it involves color temperature, and I think it does here too. Very, very nicely done, White Wolf. Also, Doritos mac and cheese. Ooh. I am equal parts appalled by this and very, very hungry for it. Like, there's some snobbish part of me that's like, ew, Doritos mac and cheese, good lord. My sensibilities. And there's a much larger, much more in-control part of me that would just take a big fucking scoop out of that and shove it right in my mouth. And I think that's probably the part that matters more. Still cooling. Oh, it's molten. Oh, God, it's still molten. I want it now. I love a good molten baked mac and cheese, you guys. And from Vergaderung, finally got a reply from White Dwarf. They want higher quality pictures if they're going to feature this in the magazine. Still, that's a good reply. Get those higher quality pictures, man. Hang on, I want to block out the sides visually here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Crop that shit, baby. This is still one of the coolest conversions. Like, guys, if you haven't seen the conversions that Vergaderung has done for his Adeptus Mechanicus army, well, I'm going to raid you over to Verg in a few. You should check out the man's pictures, because holy shit, he's done some great work. I love the mandibles. The little... Are they mandibles, or would these would be like pedipalps? Right? The mandibles would be under that, and those look more like they'd be pedipalps, kind of sticking off the front. That's so cool. It's so fucking cool. So you'd be turning your nose up at it and then eat it rapidly without looking down. Yes, Samara, and that way I wouldn't know what I was doing. That's the right word. Don't make fun of me for using words, cat. God. Really, though, the colors on this are fantastic. For being mostly red, there's still a lot of interest. I love how it's balanced with the different metallics, and I love the green. I love the green that you get here. It's simple. It's effective. The green and the blue, they do so much to break up the rest of the colors. All in all, it's an amazing conversion. It's a great paint job, and I look forward to seeing the finished photos that you do, now that you're putting some effort into some really good photos, Verd. Very, very nicely done. Hot damn, White Wolf has it right. From Manro Fasol, we got a base coat down on... Oh, what are these guys? I know they're from Age of Sigmar, but I can't remember what they're called. Those are fangs. There's pedipalps underneath. I think the fangs would be on mandibles, though, and they'd be in close to the mouth. And then the, like, miniature arms that exist to grab things and pull them into the mouth, those would be pedipalps. Unless I'm completely misremembering my insectoid anatomy. Haunts. Haints. They're very cool models. Very, very cool models with a whole lot of character. Nice, smooth base coat. You're a brave man painting right over white primer. I can't do it. I always go black primer in Zenithal because I'm a coward. You know, that's just how it is. Nice base coat, though. Manro, I hope that you continue to share those with us as you work on them. I'm looking forward to seeing them. Here we have, from Dave's Mini Art, the Winter Soldier that he was just working on. Woo! The metallic on this arm is interesting. And this is a really good green that we have here on the pants. It's interesting. It almost looks like you have a little bit of a warm shadow on the underside of it. Either way, really nice shading on it. Good color choices. Love the silver that we have here on the arm. And damn, that red star really pops out. Nice fucking work. And then we have... Oh, what's this guy's name? Ronan? Right? Ronan the something... Erator? Ronan the Smashinator? Trogdor the Burninator? What's his name? Ronan the Accuser. The metallics are Turbo Dork. I've heard a few people use Turbo Dork before. I might have to take a look at them. I'm always on the lookout for a good metallic. Most of what I use are Vallejo air metals. And they've done me okay, but like I said, I'm always on the lookout. Turbo Dork metallics are great. Just take a couple of applications. I'll have to take a look at them. Ronan is the guy who won't dance. Oh yeah, that's right. The whole dance-off scene there at the end. Nice work on it. I like the base. I like the sort of bright colors and the stark contrast that we have here on the base. It's very reminiscent of their actual images in comic books. And I know that Marvel Crisis Protocol strikes a balance between their movie look and their comic book look. I don't know Ronan well enough to know, like, obviously this is not exactly how he looked in the movie. I would assume this is mostly how he looked in the comic. But I don't know enough about it to say which elements of this are from the film versus which are from the comic. Nice blue skin tone, though. I'm liking that. And this looks like... Now, his face is in shadow, but it looks like he did some tattoo work on there. I can't quite see it. I would love to see a three-quarter shot from the other direction, if you get around to it, Dave's Mini Art. Really, really nice work, though. Love the blue, love the base, very nicely done, and thank you so much for sharing. That will bring us to the end of today's Storm Report, and even though I got started late, it brings us just about to a 4-hour stream, which is generally what I'm shooting for. I didn't change my damn stream ending screen. I knew I forgot to do something. Because today's the first. Poopy. I was doing so well, too. Updated everything else. We're never going to have a stream where I do all the things. We're never going to have a stream. Have about 26 MCP models at the moment. Whew. If they all end up looking that good, man, it's going to be a hell of a collection by the end of it. I look forward to seeing them. I'm going to check out your Instagram also, Dave's Mini Art. Oh, that'll bring us to the end of the stream. Ignore what it says there. The next stream is going to be Thursday, September the 3rd, and we are going to be gaming. We just started. Last Thursday, we finished off Dead Space 1. We fought the giant butthole in the center of the Hollow Earth. We sold all of our morals at the last minute, including most of our weapons, and we bought a pulse rifle at the store next to the boss, and we shot the shit out of him. Because I'm a metagaming cheating motherfucker, you know? That's just kind of how it is. And we got started on Dead Space 2, which should be interesting, because I think I said before, I've only played Dead Space 2 one time. And it was right when it came out, so I don't actually know that game as well as Dead Space 1. I'm probably going to die a lot more in it. I'm not really looking forward to it. I'm going to be self-conscious about it, but it's going to happen anyway, so I guess I might as well embrace it. So we will be back on Thursday with some gaming, and then, again, this is not accurate. Our next paint stream will be Sunday, this upcoming Sunday. Both of these streams, as always, live at 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. I hope to see each and every one of you there. Yeah, let's go ahead and get this raid going. Let's go ahead and get this raid going. Vergaderung just getting started. Let's get it kicking. Homeboy's going to be painting some Battletech terrain of his own design, which is always exciting. If you're into 3D printing, if you are into Battletech, you definitely want to stick around for this raid. You definitely want to give this man a follow. I think you will love a lot of the work that he's done. He does some fantastic freehand. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, Locust and Gentle Mechs, thank you to each and every one of you for making it out today. You always improve my day. You always improve my day. You really do. Fantastic chat. Lots of nerdery. Disagreement over Star Trek. Disagreement over what constitutes a taco. A whole lot of people being wrong. And one horrific transgression from Sumer that will result in a new rule for Taco Tuesday. Unfortunately, we have to crack down a little bit. A big thank you to Cat Ion and to Project Dark Fox, as always, my fantastic mods. And chat, if you don't mind giving them a big thank you from each and every one of you. They absolutely deserve it more than I do. Thank you to everyone for the follows. Thank you to everybody who participated in the Storm Report. Thank you so much for the subscriptions. They mean so much to me. I'm hungry. It's Taco Tuesday. I'm going to go get some tacos. Have fun over at Vergaderung's stream, and until Thursday, keep on painting.